Welcome, welcome. Okay, let me give this a minute. All right, one moment. What's going on, Mace? What's going on, Sam? All right, so apparently O'Shea is off right now. So while we get started, since I'm not doing the music thing, I'm gonna just read some of the comments I see in the comment section on O'Shea's channel because that's still going strong. So give me a second. All right, Jessica and Keith been going back and forth. So let's see what they talking about. Let's see. Keith Lamont, you know nothing. The only thing you're playing is imaginary detective in your mind. Okay, so that's in response to Keith calling her a fat woman from Alabama. Jessica, I already know the deal, chick. Or Keith, I already know the deal, chick. Um, Jessica, guide you cam up. She's saying that's somebody else. Keith, B&T, bruh. Stay in the dark if you want. Whatever that means. I don't know if you call him like a dark skinned dude or what. Let's see. Here, let me just invite them on. Jessica. Hold on 1 second. All right. Keith, all this energy and she still won't show her face. Let's see. Jessica, energy equals investment. Stop investing in me because I'm definitely not going. Um, I'm definitely not doing the same for you. Okay. Does energy equal investment? I I guess. They're too stupid to breathe, bro. Of course, I'm commenting on her like all the other panelists. Okay. All right, and that's that. So I invited them both on. Let's see what is going on. Okay, so Keith is here now. So let me put the thing in. If you want to finish a conversation, if we could get Jessica on, that's cool. Or if you just have something to say on the sex doll situation, then that is cool too, because I think it's worth exploring. So while we get a panel going, I just want to explain something. This is something that I covered on what's it called on Man of Tomorrow's channel. Shout out to him. Basically, um, oh, so Jessica said no point. All he does is shout aggressively. I have no time for that. All right, fair enough. So since the beginning of civilization, these successful civilizations have been social engineering men and women to work to the advantage of society. Now, the way they did this is very clever. They found out what women want, and men worked to get the things that women wanted. And through that method, what they were able to successfully do was commoditize pussy. And I'll give you an example of this: gold, silver, platinum. all of these precious metals that we consider as currency, or at least at one time used as direct currency, really has no other value, at least in ancient times, had no other value other than the fact that it shines so brightly. And women loved it. Women loved the gold, silver, and platinum. So what the governing bodies decided to do was make this a currency. If you do this, if you build this wall, I will give you gold. You will then take that gold and give yourself pussy. If you work this field, I will give you gold. You will then take this gold and get pussy. Society was built on men working for pussy, or excuse me, women fucking for gold and men working for pussy. Period. Now, this ability for society to control who women fuck permeated through the millennia. It just kept going and going and going. It just kept getting passed down and down and down to recent times. So now you hear things, or at least you used to hear things like women love a man in uniform. That's society's way of using women to encourage men to fight, to die even. They're selling the sex back to the men. If you are a upstanding member of society in, let's just say 100 years ago, then you were rewarded with a wife and all that comes from that. And this kind of kept, this process has kept men in line for millennia. This process is now broken because women nowadays don't really fuck on what society wants them to fuck on. They fuck on what they want to fuck on. Which changed the whole dynamic of how society gets its money. Now, don't get me wrong. They're still able, at least the oligarchs, they're still able to sell men stuff that they believe is as effective at getting them pussy as gold. For example, a nice watch, an expensive car, big house. They're still able to sell these things, and they hope that by buying these things, women will fuck the men, and men will in turn do the work and do the labor and buy the products. And that has been successful until recent times. But now that is becoming less and less successful. So what's society to do? Hold on 1 second. Shay's thing is off. So what is society to do? Now that this paradigm is broken and women are only fucking on basically whatever random circumstances puts them in the mood. Things that society can't control, and more importantly, they can't sell to men. Now, this is leading to men just developing a sort of sloth that you see in younger men. They no longer have the drive to go out, fight, kill, work their ass off in some god-awful Mississippi field. Because these things don't yield them pussy anyway. And basically, if you don't pay a man, they don't work. And the currency that men work for is pussy. Let's not get it twisted. That is the currency of men. All other things outside of the necessities of life is used just to get him more pussy. That's all he really cares about. So if men aren't getting paid, and in the West they're not fucking. We all read the stats when we were talking about incels the other day. If they're not fucking, then they're not going to work. Sad and unfortunate, but very, very true. So this stalemate has been going on for, I'd say about 20 years, but it picked up steam over time. So men are looking for an alternative. Some are looking for different races of women, non-Western women, however they live in the West, whether it's their first generation or second. You know, take me for example. Others are looking overseas for companionship and considering relocation, just expat in general. But today on O'Shea's panel, what they were talking about was a new form of alternative sexual gratification. And this form of alternative sexual gratification comes in the form of a sex robot, or excuse me, a sex doll. Now, the interesting thing about the panel was how impervious to shame that the person, the truck driver, Zen, was. And then when I look at it, it makes perfect sense that a person like Zen and really many other people, this is becoming larger and larger, where people not only are sleeping with sex dolls, they're also willing to cam up. Which means that the ability to shame such men is at its all-time low. You can't shame a person who says, hey, this is me, this is my face, this is what I look like, this is who I am, and I put my penis in a sex doll. You can't really shame a person at that point. Now, shame is the wall between men and sexual depravity. And all shame really is a way for women to say, I am going to take away all possibility of you sleeping with me ever. So if a man truly doesn't want to sleep with a woman and he's comfortable with losing all possibility of sleeping with her, then he can openly admit that. And we're getting more and more people like this on YouTube and probably just in general. Now, why did I bring up the currency of men and how it relates to the way society is developed? It's basically showing that society at large has lost its grip on the pussy. It lost its grip on the pussy of its citizens. It's gone wild. They can't control it. And men are just going to look for alternatives and shamelessly do so. And the more guys you have like this, because I know Jessica was there and she was saying, that she wasn't threatened by it, but her questions suggest otherwise, in my opinion. But the more guys that exist like this, the more of a threat it will be to how society functions. Without the labors and the efforts of men, society does not function. And men will not give their labors and efforts to a society unless he gets pussy out of it. And the subsequent results of pussy, i.e. children, family, etc., etc., etc. What's the point? For those of you who are fans of the TV series Game of Thrones, So Bronn of the Blackwater said to Jamie when he looked at the Unsullied. Now, the Unsullied is a penisless army, army of eunuchs, men without penises. He said, "You know, I don't think I would fight if I didn't have a dick. What are they fighting for?" To which Jamie said, "They're fighting for family, to protect their loved ones." To which Sir Bronn said, "You can't have much of a family without a dick." And then Jamie said, "Well, I guess it really does come up. It all just comes down to dicks, don't it?" Yes, it does. Unfortunately, right now, society has failed to, they've lost control of its currency. Pussy is society's currency. If and when this sex doll phenomenon, craze, or whatever you have it, takes off and men start shamelessly accepting this alternative form of sexual pleasure as a common norm, then at that point they probably would lose complete control over it. Over it. Complex design. What's on your mind? Oh, you're not there? Okay, let me read some comments because I see the chat room's going crazy. Complex, if you're there, I can't hear you. All right, let's see. Let's go back. Oh, Jessica's here. Okay. All right. So stop feeling like you're a detective. You never could be. I guess that's more to Keith on the whole "I'm not a fat woman from Alabama" series.
Hey, GC, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, there you go. I don't know what the hell's been going on with StreamYard today, man. It's been weird.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. You know what's funny, man? The first real sort of like deep dive discussion that I had as it relates to like sex dolls and shit was like on BGS's platform like 3 years ago.
Okay.
There used to be this white guy that used to come on there. And this dude had like 3 or 4 sex dolls. And I
Okay.
remember this was like a topic for a minute. And it really was a head scratcher, dude. It was just kind of like, huh, okay, sex dolls. Now, I guess the rationale was just kind of like you just sort of need this female form or figure, right, to kind of have an intimate experience with.
Right, it's psychological, unlike when
Yeah,
part.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right, complex. I hate to interrupt, but
No, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm gonna ask this. Press one in the chat room if you would fuck a sex doll in the shape of cocaine kills, or in the
Oh,
like cocaine kills.
oh,
What
oh, shit.
are you pressing one? Oh, here, let me put the thing back up. All right. Are you pressing one, complex? What's that about?
I didn't press it. I didn't press anything.
Okay.
I'm over in the StreamYard part.
Okay. All right. Ah, zone press one. Okay.
Is Kel, what's going on, Kels?
Agon, let's see, Astanti, or is that Ashanti without the H?
How many ones we got?
It's only a few, but it's only a few people here. So, and only a few people active in the chat. And everybody else is watching the sparks fly between Keith and Jessica.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, they got sparks flying? Oh, I'll ask about that later.
Going on carried over from O'Shea's thing. It's I think it's primarily about. I wasn't reading the whole thing, but I think it's primarily about if Jessica is a fat woman from Alabama.
Oh shit! All right, I'm gonna stay out of that one. Go ahead, dude.
And going back and forth on that.
Yeah, I thought she was British, but you never know nowadays.
Yeah, he's saying we're being catfish, and she's from Alabama.
Yeah, like I said, you never know.
Yeah. But no, you were saying about the sex doll thing.
Yeah, so this dude had like 3 sex dolls, man. And he had like an Asian one, a white one, and I think it was like a black one or like a mulatto one or something.
Okay.
And he kind of just talked about it, and he was just basically just kind of like, well, it's just that. It's a sex doll, right? Like I guess you don't really expect much else from it other than that, or at
Yeah.
least that's what you get it for. But I've seen some videos where I don't know, dudes are kind of like maintaining this kind of ongoing relationship thing, and that's where it gets kind of creepy.
Do you think that these guys are just doing it out of spite and like kind of comedy? Because I think that that's what he's doing. You ever notice how when these chicks marry inanimate objects or marry themselves, they're
They marry
doing it.
themselves, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing it just for the public persona, and such actions is really used to shame the men of society, not really them. Like men are so shitty that I'm going to marry myself type deal.
I mean,
Or I'm going to marry this TV or inanimate object.
well, okay, if you were gonna marry something like a TV, I get the statement. But if you're gonna like literally like proclaim some sort of ongoing relationship with an inanimate object, like a robot, something that's humanoid, okay, that's where it's fucking weird because it's human. If you gave me some shit like a fucking beer bottle or like a TV or something, I'd be like, okay, that's completely irrational, but I guess. But see, when you do it with a sex bot, then I'm kind of like, all right, dude, we're a couple of levels. We've incorporated a couple of levels of disassociation, right? So we're dealing with something that looks like something that you're familiar with, something that you interact with on a daily basis, but it's not that. And that's where it gets kind of really weird from a psychological standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, but do you think it's just a statement though?
No.
Um, so Mafa, Kale's actually been on cam a lot on her channel.
Are you asking her to cam up?
Well, no, he's just saying that she's a catfish also, but Kale's has been on camera.
Yeah, Kel's kind of out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So for quite some time. So
Yeah.
that's not, yeah, that's not feasible. But I understand what you're saying. Oh, she hopped up. Kales, you got I know you have trouble with your phone sometimes, but you can hop on if you would like. Yeah, just try logging out, logging back in. You know how it happens sometimes. Let's see. Don't fall up for the. But no, I think that he's doing that to make a statement, to show the replaceability. But I don't think he's under the delusions like he hears it talking. I don't think it's like Wilson on whatever that Tom Hanks movie was when he was talking to the volleyball. I don't think it's a situation like that. I think
this is a legit. Like I said, it starts out as that guy that used to be on BGS shit for a while. I don't know if that's like his homeboy or what, but it was a
sex doll get together and hang out and what?
No, this dude was like legit. He was like some white guy, and he had like 3 of them, and he actually sold them too. So he was like deep in the game.
God, who bought it? So somebody bought those used?
No. Like he actually sold them. Well, I don't know if they were used or not. That would be really disgusting.
Sure the purpose of having it.
Somebody broke it in.
Well, I wouldn't buy it, like thinking that hey, this is not going to be used.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but this dude was on there, and for a while, dude, this was a topic. This was like a big topic, dude, and brothers were split. They'd be like, "Yo, what the fuck?" And some niggas was just like, "Yo, you seen some of those with the big asses and blah 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 blah." Yo, I was just like, wow, dude, this is saying a whole lot about the human condition right about now, but okay.
So a lot of guys who say that they like big girls and shit, you think that they might be full of shit. Like, I don't think that they're gonna buy the extra large sex dolls.
I don't even think companies are gonna make extra large sex dolls. I think all of the ones that I've seen all have like that big tits, fat ass. You know, it's they're really emulating it so that you can get the realest sex experience possible. Like even now, like dude, they even some of those. The guy was saying like, you know, they have them where basically you when you turn her on, like the robot pussy gets warm. Right. So I guess it feels like the dude. This is what I'm saying, dude. This was on his shit about 3 years ago, dude. Dude was just basically saying it's like it feels like the real thing. It's warm. It's all this kind of stuff. I was grossed out by it, but hey.
So if you fucked not a doll, but a robot, you fucked a sex robot, not knowing that it was a sex robot.
Oh shit!
You continue to fuck it.
You're asking me that?
Yes.
No.
So you didn't know. You didn't know. It's so realistic that you didn't even know that it was robot.
You know what? Here's the thing. I am intrigued by this thought.
Mm-hmm.
Could the robot conceive? I am highly intrigued. No, okay. I'm highly intrigued by the idea of having a cyborg child, but if she can't conceive, then fuck it.
No, well, so when you say fuck it, you mean you're gonna fuck it, or
no? Meaning it's not even worth the deep dive unless I could have a cyborg child.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you never have sex for sexual gratification. You just do it.
Not with a fucking robot, dude. Like if I was gonna fuck a robot, I want a cyborg child out of the deal.
No. What I'm saying is you initially fucked a woman, what you thought was a woman, for sexual gratification. I'm thinking Westworld. I'm thinking like that level of sophistication.
Like Ghost in the Shell type shit.
I haven't seen that one, but you've seen I think it's HBO's Westworld.
Okay.
So something like that. You can't tell them apart from actual humans.
Okay, yeah, kind of like Ghost in the Shell, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can't tell it apart from an actual human. You fuck it, you like it, and you know you call back for a second date, and she says, "Oh, by the way, I'm a robot."
Mm-hmm.
Do you at that point say, you know something? The pussy is good, and the food is good, and you know that's okay. I'm gonna keep this up.
That's a. I mean, how does that happen? I really have a hard time answering that question because you do realize a fucking robot
of modern technology. This is a sci-fi question. Now you've already crossed the Rubicon when you unknowingly put your penis in it. You know, so
yeah, we're past that. Yeah.
You're past the whole "I won't fuck a robot" thing because you were tricked into it. So you know. So you've already crossed that. You've already crossed that bridge, so to speak, and you liked it. And they say, "Hey, why don't you try some of my other features?" Like it's a whole washing machine down there. You could just
oh shit!
You could just pretty much put on a spin cycle and
oh shit!
Yeah.
I don't, bro. Like. I'm gonna have to say no on that one because I think I would still be reeling from the fact that I have to process the fact that I fucked a robot unknowingly, right? Yeah. See, so there's no moving past that until I can process that part.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can get past that part if a robot was successful in seducing me into fucking it. Dude, like you got to understand, man, I got to rethink life as I know it.
If we lived in that world, would you ask every woman that you fucked
if she was a robot?
Yes.
You goddamn right.
At the risk of offending the human woman.
You know what? how could you possibly be offensive? I'm almost certain that you as well as I would know that there are women walking around that look just as real as you do.
Well, we
So,
have that now.
hmm?
We have women now. Well, we have quote unquote women who walk around that aren't really what they say they are, but they look like it.
Well, now when you say that, you're talking in reference to what?
Alphabet.
Oh, like the Alphabet Crew?
Yeah. But in addition to that, there's also just the extraordinarily surgeried,
Mm-hmm.
the inordinarily surgeried. I'm not talking about like a nip here and a tuck there. No, I'm
No,
talking
I know
about
what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
$50,000 gambits.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You kind of you're so I get where you're going because you're kind of in some ways you're actually kind of dealing with that now.
yeah. What I'm saying is
Right,
you're
right,
already being deceived sexually, or
right,
can be sexually, in a various number of ways. This
right.
would simply be another form of
It was
deception.
another. It just added to the mix. Right. I got you.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, so Marco, I mean, it's just like Marco. Marco, you come across an attractive woman, you put your penis in her, and then she says to you, "Hey, Poppy, I'm 5 years old. Do you continue to put your penis in her?" It's not what you expected. She's old by your measure, so it's not what you expected. But you liked it. Do you continue to put your penis in it? That's the question.
I would okay. At that point, right, where like a robot or a cyborg woman and an actual woman are completely indistinguishable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess man, that's why I love Ghost in the Shell so much because it kind of deals with these sort of topics. Right? Human and human cyborg interaction when you're dealing with cyborgs that you can't really tell if they're human or not. So, that's actually pretty interesting. I would say that in this current paradigm, no. As a futurist, though, I don't know. That would be an interesting prospect. I would imagine that there would be some sort of incorporation of if you were going to have like a body that was comprised mainly of cybernetics, then I would say that like the spirit or the program or the human element would be some sort of organic spirit component, right? That would give you the indistinguishability between whether I was dealing with an actual human or a cyborg, which is part human. So we're delving deep into the sort of Afro-futurist kind of discussion. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
we're not talking cyborgs. We're talking androids here. We're
so
talking about
strictly robot, no fusion of human and robot.
exactly, meaning it was never birthed. We're not talking about robots.
Yeah, no. If it's strictly robot, no.
Okay.
Strictly robot, no.
Even if you were fooled to begin with.
I think I would only be fooled by a cyborg, which I'm not really even being fooled.
No. The Westworld robots, or I don't know, Ghost in the Shell, but the Westworld. Oh, is that the one with Keanu Reeves?
Well, World, okay, the one that you're talking about, it's legit. That's like those are robots. In Ghost in the Shell, they're cyborgs. So they're various percentages of robot and human, right? Like
no, these in Westworld, these are robots that pass as
they're
humans.
strictly robots, right?
Yeah.
I'd have to watch that, man. I have to see how they portray robots as humans. It's hard for me to say that I could to see a robot and not be able to distinguish it from a human. I can only see a robot with human characteristics if it's a cyborg. Robots, I kind of see a bit different. So, I mean, in the sense that we're talking about, like a literal sex bot, dude, like based on what you see there as a sex bot, that's some very strange shit to just be stroking away on a like a full size doll, dude. It's just it's real strange.
Okay. Okay. Do you think that in the not too distant future, um, I won't say replace women, but I will say, do you think that it would be socially acceptable?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, dude, like fucking. Do you know how many sex toys there are for women?
All of them?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, they use all kind of machines to get themselves off. So I think it's kind of like the stakes are kind of raised a little bit because this whole time you got these little pocket buzzers, full on dildos, you got butt plugs. Dude, chicks got all kind of shit, strap-ons. They want to fuck another chick. You put it on, do what you got to do, right? Anything you can imagine they got. But you get a guy a sex doll, and he's pretty much going to be to his own devices at that point, right? He's not a guy who's in line for a sex doll is just going to be like, fuck y'all, I'm about to be busy for the next few weeks. And that's pretty much what it is. So I think it's been normal for females. I think there's a cater of guys though that are just saying like, fuck it. She's got a fat ass. She may not be human, and they throw it in air quotes, but yeah, there's tits I can squeeze on and I can just stroke away. And she's not going to tell me that my stroke game is whack or anything. So
yeah. No, sometimes, ladies, I'm gonna be honest with you. My stroke game is not whack, but sometimes I'm just lazy and I don't want to give you maximum effort. Hey, that's as real as it's gonna get.
It happens, man. Sometimes you just
and
you didn't think you had as much energy as you thought you had.
Yeah, and bitch, it's your fault. Like if you made it clear at the beginning of the night that that this is gonna happen, then it's okay. This is gonna happen. However, if you were tenuous and shit, and I spent all my energy, all of my seductive power getting you to bed, then by the time I get there's nothing left.
Pooped.
You getting what's left, and that's basic penis. That shit is your fault for playing hard to get for so goddamn long.
But a sex bot, she's good to go, man.
Yeah, pretty much. Cocaine Kills, what's on your mind?
I bet you thought that I was having bad connections.
Oh yeah, earlier.
No.
Okay.
I'm cool now. How are you all doing?
We're good. We're good.
Good. Well, I actually thought that Keith and Jessica were going to hop on the panel. So I am just here for that.
Oh, I'll hop off.
Oh, want to see the sparks fly now?
Well, no. I had some questions.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah. I mean, when they get on the panel, of course.
If they want to get on, I'll hop off, yeah.
Well, we have plenty of room. I mean, but you can ask them and maybe they'll answer in the chat room. Because I don't think that they want to get on the thing together.
Oh, okay. Well,
because then they'll just turn into, I don't know. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I mean, they're open to it. But what questions do you have for them? And maybe they'll answer in the chat room. So we could do that.
No, I mean, I'm not sure as to what occurred. So I was just trying to be ready when they did come up so that I can ask my questions that I don't know of right now.
Oh, I got you. So,
yeah.
You weren't on O'Shea's show, but Jessica was on the panel and she was asking the guy. There was a special guest there who has a lover that's a doll. And
okay.
Yeah. and she was asking all sorts of questions. Now, these questions, in my opinion, and I think Keith may share the same sentiment, were passive aggressive ways of shaming him for having the doll. Um, and but that's not really material. What is material, and and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. This is this part is material. Is that she was talking about the virtues of natural born women, of human females over sex dolls. And I think that led Keith to state that we are not entirely certain of your virtues. You haven't cammed up, and for all we know, you are a overweight woman from Alabama. And they've been going back and forth.
Oh shit.
So that's
Okay.
that's what I got from the whole,
Oh shit.
So Jessica says I shamed him. Well, not directly, no. However, when you do things like, oh yes, if you can't get any real women, I understand the reason to place your penis in an artificial one. If you can't get a real woman, so yeah, that's not directly saying you're a loser that can't get real pussy. However, that is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah. So yeah, it's that it's like that. So and Keith is Keith, so they've been going at it ever since. So and it spilled over into here. I wanted to get them both on so they could like clear the air, but that seems like a no-go. So Kels, let me ask you, would you date a guy who has dated a sex doll? Or not dated, but who has had sex with a sex doll?
Who had sex with a sex doll?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, because go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, I kind of look at the sex doll as like a equivalent to a sex toy a woman would have, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about when you say it in that context, as far as sex doll, right? I did see a little bit of the show, like the early part of the show, when the guy with the sex doll was explaining, giving great detail about his relationship with his sex doll. And so that part is a little different for me. But as far as the sexual intercourse of using a sex doll, I don't think that would be a problem for me.
Okay. So you meet a guy, magic's in the air, sparks are flying. You go back to his place, things are getting hot and heavy. You go to the room, and it's laying there on the bed, tucked in. And he says, "Excuse me for a second," and then he picks it up and throws it in the closet. Does that ruin? Does that ruin the mood?
Well, I think that it definitely warrants some pullback in terms of the mood is concerned. However, I would probably know about this sex doll before I even get there. Like, we kind of cover all bases, or at least I try to before we get to that level. So I would need to know if you spend $5,000 on your sex doll's wardrobe. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would need to know certain intricate details about your interaction with the sex doll, just to make sure that everybody's mental capacity is on the same playing field, so to speak.
Now, let me ask you this. If he had something, if she did have a wardrobe, and you seen a nice dress, Would you share clothes with her? In other words,
No, I think that's to be honest, that's not really my style in terms
it
of
could be your style. Like he could have bought a nice. He could have bought her a nice pair of boots that you like and that fits, and you like, hey,
yeah. I mean, um see, that's in my opinion, and in respect to the guy who, has his relationship with the sex doll. I mean, that's his thing. I'm not judging. But when it comes to me and, me trying to go in the direction of having sex with someone, um, the sex doll and the clothes and all of that and dressing them and taking them to the wig shop, that's a bit much for me. So I probably would not be involved with that individual
so
if it goes to that extent.
So you wouldn't be with a sex guy.
No, what I'm saying is for the purposes of just utilizing. So, for example, if they, man, if if he's utilizing that doll just as equivalent to a woman using a dildo, yes. If he is having a full onset relationship where he rolls over and fixes her wig in the middle of the night and everything just to make sure, then
I got
you. Then no.
I got you. If he humanizes the doll, then that would be the off-putting point.
Yeah, we can't be taking her to the wig shop and everything and putting a lace front. No. Mm-mm.
What about threesomes? Because dudes will oftentimes have sex with chicks, and then she'll bust out her toys, and right. So what if it was like on the other end of the spectrum where he's busting out his toy? Are we playing nice?
We sure can.
Okay.
Huh. That's interesting. So let me put this question on the fellas. And Keith Lamont, here, I'm gonna give you the stream again. I don't know if you had something that was on your mind and you didn't get a chance to get it off or what, but or you just hopped off. But because I wanted to get the fellas' take on this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I can hop off if you want to.
Oh no, that's okay. I got plenty on.
Okay.
But right quick, if you feel uncomfortable, then yeah, that I understand that. But don't do it because of the room or anything like that.
Okay.
But quick question for the fellas. So, would you same situation that I gave Cocaine Kales, except it's not a full doll. It is a toy, but it's huge. I mean, just look at it and say, "Oh, fuck that." Fuck that shit. I mean, it's like a baby's foot. Like, would you or leg? Would you just say, "Oh, fuck that"? It's over with. And it's just sitting right there in the middle of the bed. Would you just like let it go?
Wait, say that again.
Same scenario, right? You with a chick, you go back to her place. It gets hot and heavy. Y'all about to go. Y'all go to the room, right? Y'all go to her bedroom, and instead of for a dog sitting there in the middle of her bed is a dildo, but not just a regular one. I'm talking about this is a full size. This one is huge.
Okay.
This one, like a can of air freshener type size.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Would you just let it go? Like this chick has no walls anymore, or what would you do?
I mean, I think that's kind of one of those. I hate saying this shit. That's one of those scenarios though where you actually, I think my curiosity would be piqued, and I'd be like, let me see what this chick is about, and I would pretty much just kind of like have her do all kind of weird shit just to kind of see, just to kind of look and be like, wow.
All right, you chopping at the bit. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. was gonna ask you the question, but go. You got something? Go ahead, brother. What's on your mind, Keith? Silent, you there? All right, while he gets that together, son of Israel. So same question.
Nope.
You wouldn't mess with it, huh?
Nope. Not having it. I
Now,
mean, geez. I don't know. It's not because it's not really the same on you know on our side of the things. I mean, like you said. I mean, you pretty much know in your mind, like, oh God, this it's not going to be the same. It just won't be the same.
so we can conclude that toys really diminishes the value of women's physically. However, that's not really true for men. Is that something that's safe to say?
Yes, that is correct.
Wait, say that again. Game changer. What do you mean by that?
Well, I have noticed that some women are completely desensitized down there,
Mm.
in a unhuman way, meaning that a human did not do this to her. That something, whether it's the big end of a baseball bat or, I don't know, but something else overstimulated it. And now a human does not compare.
Right. The elasticity is gone.
Exactly. The elasticity is gone. Once she's at the pineapple phase, it's pretty much a wrap.
Yeah, when you're throwing hot dogs in a hallway, it's pretty much game over.
Right. So there is something to be said about women using toys, because they're actually diminishing their value to their mate.
When they
Uh,
use them far more on average than, like I said, I know of more chicks that have dildos and shit than I know of dudes who have sex dolls.
right.
Um,
Yeah, same here. And probably because dildos are cheaper and there's a stigma that don't exist for the dildos as it do for the dolls. But go ahead, Kels.
Me personally, I actually do not use toys. I have never bought a toy a day in my life. Um, but I do agree that it could expand some things down there that really, when it's time to have the real thing, you know, it may not go in and stay in, So I just, I just like the real thing. I don't particularly like artificial anything inside of me, really.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Um, I was thinking about what Jessica said, and I can say this, Jessica. I don't know. I never really had sex with a doll. But so I don't know if it would zap your performance. I can say, however, that after a drought, I am. It takes about 3 times for me to get back into the swing of things. So, you say stop talking about me. Are you talking to me? Because I'm like responding to your thing here. But it takes me a while to get into things. So I'm not 100% sure if you lose your ability. I don't know if it would give you practice. If it would give you practice. Who's that echoing? Complex, I'm gonna mute you. So yeah, it might enhance it like during a drought because you did mention in the thing that you think that guys would use it to span the gaps between girlfriends during droughts and a adequate use for it because they will remain in practice and in rhythm hopefully, and the new chick won't get put off by the initial performance.
Sorry, was that to me?
Well, it's to
I
what you
I
said in
didn't
the
call.
chat room.
Yeah, so I just caught the last half of what you said. So men using it in
So
between sexual relationships.
yeah, because you mentioned in the chat room that they would lose their ability, that men lose their sexual ability with these dolls. However, we lose it regardless during droughts, not indefinitely, but
Okay, this is why I still don't think a sex doll would be useful, because you don't know whether your technique is right if you're with a doll. There's nothing
mhm.
to tell you whether your stroke is right, or you're doing the right things. You're simply just pumping away.
It's not just, and maybe this is just me, and but I'm a very honest person. It's not just technique that's lost. It's arousal that's lost. Once you train yourself to be aroused by your own imagination because you're masturbating, um, you're not as aroused when you get the real thing. At least not the first time after a long drought. And this has been my experience. It takes a while for the body to recondition itself to get aroused by the real thing. Perhaps, I'm speculating here, perhaps because that's closer to the real thing, maybe it keeps you in line with that.
It might keep you in line, but once again, you sort of lose any sexual technique that you had. It starts to diminish in my mind if you're constantly using sex dolls, because with a real woman, you can tell from the way that she's responding whether what you're doing is right or wrong. Whereas when you're constantly with a sex doll, there's nothing to indicate that you're doing the right or wrong thing. So
Well,
that's
I think that's kind
primarily
of
for
the
me why I say men lose their sexual ability with those dolls.
well, I think that's kind of the point though with the sex dolls, right? I mean,
Your
you know,
technique is going to be the thing that suffers.
well,
I have to say
it's
that
not gonna be my technique because I'm not using sex dolls, right? So it won't be my
no, she's
technique.
saying,
How? Oh no, no, they're kind of making a joke about it.
oh yeah, I got you.
But
Okay.
no, the whole point to that though is that I think when you get to the point where you're using sex dolls, I don't really think it's about technique. I really just kind of think it's about the carnal feeling of having sex for reproductive purposes. Okay, because there's no thought in a dude. There's no dude putting a fucking condom on to screw a sex doll. Okay, he's screwing it as if there's nary a care in the world, right? Like I can go ahead and nut in it. I can do whatever. And so I
Mhm.
think that's really where they're coming from because they don't have enough sex experience to really even be considering the nuance of it.
Oh my
They
goodness.
they haven't gotten
And
there yet.
But how do we even know
yeah,
this?
yeah,
There's
I
not
totally
enough.
get that. When you're with a
Okay, go
sex
ahead, cut me
doll,
off.
you don't have to have any sort of thought as to whether you're doing a good job, whether you're performing any of that stuff. But
But how
the
does that
conversation
correlate
was
to
just
you
on, I
losing your
think,
sexual
women
ability?
using dildos and getting stretched out. So it diminishes value
But that
sexually.
doesn't have
So
anything
Well,
to do
well,
with
I
the
was just
other.
saying, also in men, I think the sex dolls
Hello,
would
hello,
diminish your
hello.
sexual
Yes,
value.
I
sir.
don't think she can hear you.
Oh, okay. I just making sure.
Can you hear Keith?
Yeah, I
No,
can
and
hear her, but
I'm
Yeah,
not
she
yeah,
kind
he's
going
of
there.
cut
out
me
and
off and then just
I'm not
kept
going out and
talking.
coming back in to
Oh
hear
no, she can't
Keith.
hear you.
Yes.
So her phone works that she can't really hear people that came in after her. Um, but so Jessica, you might want to hop off and hop back
Um,
in. But
I'm not hopping off and hopping back in to listen to him.
Okay, well,
Like,
bye. Just bye. Okay,
honestly, I
bye.
know he's
Bye.
just
I
going to
don't
be
care. Bye. Just
ranting.
bye then. Okay,
There
bye.
is
Just
no
bye.
point
Okay.
if I
hold
can't
Okay.
on,
even
Keith.
talk.
Let
Just
me let
bye
me
then.
ask this. Well, let me ask this to the fellas. Let me ask this to the fellas right quick.
You notice I was being the rational one, and now she's the one keep throwing shots. Man. I just ask a question.
I hear
Just
you,
bye.
brother. But let me ask this to the fellas right quick. So I don't have a set technique. And that's probably because I've done my share of bed hopping to where I know that all women are different. And therefore, no matter what, you're going to have to re-educate yourself on a new woman every time anyway. So I haven't yet found a consistent pattern of behavior that spans all women. Maybe I'm slow, but
Nah,
I
bro, you
haven't.
good. Hey,
Yeah.
GC,
So
I'm not. Oh, go ahead, bro. My bad.
yeah, no worries. So it's not just me, right? I don't know. Like a guy can lose technique from a particular woman, Jessica, but I don't know if he could lose technique all across the board because generally speaking, we don't have one. Or at least I don't have one.
And no
Um,
one
I
knows that, man. They're just talking. Like
I think there
sex
are
dolls
slight
haven't even been around. Okay,
nuances
she's gonna
that,
have to hop off or hop on
might
because
change
I
from
can't
woman to
have her
woman,
over
from woman
talking
to
me because her
woman
phone's
in what
fucked
they
up.
prefer.
yeah. Hold on, right quick, Keith. Go. Then. Well, okay. Hold on, right quick, Jessica. What was you saying, Keith? Prior to that.
I'm saying if either she needs to leave or go out and get back in because it's gonna be really exhausting me trying to talk while she's talking over me because she can't hear me.
Yeah, I could. Oh, she's hopped off, so maybe she'll hop back in. But yeah. I think she's.
You had a
I
question?
think. So it's about technique. What I was saying about technique.
Are,
Are you still asking it, or
Yeah, I'm still asking. I mean, I hope it's not just me in that regard. I mean, different women require different techniques.
I don't even understand. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll let him go ahead.
So there's different type of sexual techniques and rhythms and things like that that pleases different women in different ways. Now, Jessica says that sex dolls rob you of technique, but I don't think that men really have a set one. I think that we develop one to the woman that we're with when we're with her, is what I'm getting at.
But I get what she said. But what is she basing that on? What is she
Uh,
basing that on?
so Jessica, why do you believe that why do you believe that having sex would? Well, she did explain. I don't know if you heard her. She did explain
Well,
somewhat
that
that.
I mean, I heard her rationalize it, but one sentence didn't have anything. So basically, her explanation was that women are different in bed. I mean, it wasn't really explaining what she said. Do you
Well,
understand what I'm saying?
Well, and what I'm saying to that, Jessica, what you said, Jessica, is that not only are women different sexually than dolls, they're different from each other. So we have to adjust anyway, whether we've been with a previous girlfriend prior to you or another, or whether the person has been with a sex doll. Now maybe it's a whole different adjustment. Go ahead.
No, what I was saying is that there is a baseline technique that you can have to
I
perform
I,
well
I have yet to
sexually,
find it.
right? And then you can tweak that and sort of adapt that to the woman that you're with, if that makes sense. So
Have you ever had sex with a woman as a man to be able to make that statement? Like you're really talking as a guy, explaining to a group of men what it's like to fuck a woman. This is insane.
Baseline technique. I mean, there are very few things that are universal through women,
no, it's
sexually.
just like with men, there's a baseline technique that you would use, and then you'd adapt it to that specific guy, or you'd throw in extra things that he likes. But there is a baseline technique of what you do that generally all people like.
What
I don't
baseline
understand how
technique?
that. Man, okay.
yeah, I'm
So
not getting
literally
this.
just the way that you move, the pace of things, how you move your body, you'll find that generally there's a way that most men like it. And now you can adapt that so you can go faster or slower. You can sort of tweak it depending on what the person likes. But there is a baseline technique of the way that you move your body that is
Hmm.
generally pleasing.
Okay, we got that. But I don't understand how that proves what you're saying about it robs you of your sexual ability. I mean, that doesn't disprove that, though. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't disprove your first statement.
The reason that you can keep that baseline technique in check is because you know from a woman's response that you're doing the right thing, right? With a robot, with a doll, you don't have that. So
I mean,
you
I've
would
heard
have
you
to
say
tweak
that.
it
I
that you're
get what you're
doing the
saying,
right
sis.
thing.
Boy.
I get
I
Let,
don't
that,
let,
but
let,
that
let it rock. Let it rock. Go ahead.
I
okay.
don't get what more you want from the statement. I don't get what.
I mean, I've heard your statement. I'm saying that. Okay, go ahead. You know what? Keith is a crazy person. I got you. My history says that, right? Okay, got you.
No, so you finish your statement. Go ahead, Keith. So you get
I
that she
mean,
said that, and you have a counter.
like y'all just you ask a question and they just repeat what they said before and then act like I'm a crazy person. You just repeat. I get what you said, but it doesn't explain. Just because you have a baseline, even if you have a baseline, fine. That doesn't. I don't understand how you explain how a sex doll robs you of that baseline. You haven't explained that. You just basically said because other women are different and a real woman's able to give you feedback, but that still doesn't explain how a sex doll makes you lose that original baseline. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they're just talking. They're not explaining anything.
Because when you're having sex normally, you are thinking about the woman's wants. You're trying to make it pleasurable, generally speaking, right? So
A lot of guys are just trying to get off. No.
But I'm talking about generally speaking, okay? That's why I said that. So when you're with a woman, you're aiming to please her. You're doing certain things that you think are going to be pleasing towards her, right? When you are with a sex doll, there is no element of pleasing. There is none of that. So because
he is being pleased,
you
though.
change from a mindset of where sometimes you might be satisfying yourself, but other times you're aiming to satisfy her, to purely only trying to satisfy yourself.
Okay, so are you saying the man is not getting off?
No, the man gets off, of course.
Okay, so he hasn't lost his sexual ability.
That's the
point. He's lost his sexual.
I think what she's stating is that he's losing his ability to please or have a.
Okay, so based on what have she studied what women have said? Okay,
no, I see what you're saying. This is her.
I mean, you would have to be able to have a litmus test for that. Basically, there would have to be a report coming back from women saying what the sex was like after these men have had sex with dolls, and there hasn't been enough data to come to that conclusion.
Well, let me ask the fellas right quick. So complex
to prove otherwise.
I mean, you can just say that.
Well, yeah, these are both theories. I mean, they're both up to speculation, unless
which is okay, but to be able to just speak so vehemently about something that's just speculation, like this is just in fact, and then we're all crazy when we question it.
Okay, well let's do this. Because we shouldn't go too deep into speculation. Let's ask the fellas. Now, I don't think any of us has actually been with a sex doll, and if so, not continuously.
I mean, I've fucking jerked off before. That doesn't make me any less satisfactory in bed.
And that's what Marco brought to the attention. So now, and I'll ask the fellas this: during a drought, and we've all had droughts, some longer than others. During a drought, you do masturbate. Do you feel that you've lost performance once the drought is over? I wish Ed was here because he had a 5-year drought.
No, dude. No, not at all, dude. I mean, fuck. If that were the case, I was fucked in my teens.
Mm-hmm. Right.
No.
Look, I think
you're going to get the but because they always understand men more than we know ourselves.
The example that we were looking at, this guy had not had sex with a real woman for over 3 years. So are we going to say that if you've never been with a real woman for over 3 years, then your ability to perform for a real woman sexually would not be affected? More than likely.
Well, I think that would be true. Whether
I would actually have to argue against that. And also, GameChanger knows
doll or not.
Why are we seriously? Why are we taking? This is the part where females listen and soak up game about men's sexuality. I mean, we literally have a woman on the panel telling us about male sexuality, and instead of asking questions and let us answer, she's going to tell us. This is what I mean by the nonsense, man.
Well, Keith, I did want to say this because I actually went through a period right after my daughter was born. Because it was only about a couple months. After my daughter was born, when my wife was diagnosed with cancer. So, sex kind of stopped with pregnancy, and then there was a 3-year battle with cancer. So I went a little bit longer than that.
Probably the mental the mental exhaustion from going through that situation for your woman having cancer probably has a lot more to do with that.
Okay. So absolutely, Keith, absolutely. But here's the thing. That's more of a mental and spiritual exhaustion. It doesn't.
Right.
It never took away from what happens to me on a from a natural
Sure.
standpoint as a man, right? Didn't take away from that, but there was that other side, and I think
mean, I
that's
get
where you're
that. I'm
talking
just
about.
saying
You're
there's a
talking
lot
about.
of.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying I understand that, but I can understand. Man, I went through cancer, and
Right.
and when I was going through that shit, and I was a fucking guy in the military. But when I was going through that shit, the last thing I was thinking about was fucking
With sex. Thank you, bro.
All right?
That's all I was
God
about
damn
to
it.
go. That's all I was about to go. Thank you.
That didn't mean I lost my ability to fuck. It means that my fucking focus was on this fucking cancer shit. And
Thank
that
you, bro.
probably
Thank you.
was a lot more important than me fucking, me trying to live. Like, I mean, what this is that women essentially oversimplifying male sexuality. That's really all it is.
Thank
And then
you,
that
bro.
tells you
Thank
that
you.
they don't understand male sexuality because they don't listen. Because every time men talk, they think they know everything about us instead of listening and soaking up game. Men are fucking complicated. Men also have complicated sexuality. We're humans. Stop fucking bowing and putting men into this box where they're not fucking human. You're just supposed to be this fucking machine that just can fuck under any goddamn circumstance, not realizing that your favorite porn star, who is a man who gets to fuck beautiful women, doesn't do that shit naturally. He has to fucking take pills and pumps to fuck like that. Okay?
But wait, you're talking about something that I haven't spoken about. When did I speak about?
But everything that I'm talking about
being
doesn't
able
have to do with you, Jessica.
have sex or get an erection. No,
So-
but you were directing it about what I had said, but that's not what I had said. I said if you're not having sex for 3 years, your sexual standard.
I heard
not
what
your
you
ability
said,
to
love.
have
I'm
sex,
responding to what you
that's a bit of an
standard will skip.
oversimplification.
Exactly.
and-
Like we
yeah.
hear what you say, I respond to what you say, and then your response is just to go back and say, all I'm saying is, I understood what you said. We're
But
past that. This is why we go in circles.
There
This is
really
why I
was
get
no
frustrated.
response.
All right,
The only
all
response
right,
that you
Keith,
gave me was,
you interrupt.
you're not a man, so you can't think how I think, so don't tell me that I'm wrong because you're not a man.
I know,
Really
Princess.
an
My bad,
answer.
Queen.
Well,
My queen. I'm sorry.
Well, let's do this.
It's a waste of time having conversations because it's just a circle. Because she basically made the assertion. I made it very. Go ahead.
Keith, you keep interrupting her though. Let everybody get a chance to rock. So I want to ask the lady something, and this will give us so we can have their point of view of this.
We're just going to be in this
Now,
conversation 3 hours on the same topic, man.
No, we're gonna.
It never
Well,
progresses,
might be.
man. Y'all don't see it. And you know what, Game Changer? Even on my channel, I always call it. I'm always fucking right, and we end up going round and round about the same shit, man.
All right. Well, Keith, let me get this out there. All right. So, ladies, have you come across a guy who admitted that, look, it's been a while, you're the first woman I've been with in quite some time. Did you notice a difference in performance with that particular guy?
I haven't been with someone like that.
Exactly.
Kels.
I actually have. No, I didn't. I couldn't tell the difference.
So,
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
no, I was just saying, boom.
Oh, okay. No, I couldn't tell the difference. He basically hadn't had sex in a very long time, but I couldn't tell.
So the one person who has no experience with it knows nothing, but just this is what I mean, man.
But what we're going off here is basic
how was I
logic,
supposed to
right?
answer?
What
No, you
we're
weren't.
going
No,
off-
I wanted the truth. I'm just saying that points
Hold on,
out
right
that
quick.
you don't know what you're talking.
Let Kels go. Kels, go ahead.
No, I was just trying to. I mean, I don't know. Did I misunderstand your question?
Who was talking?
No,
Who was talking? Is that Jessica or Kels?
It's Kelly.
That's so.
No, I'm saying. Yeah, I misunderstood.
No,
I'm saying. Okay, go ahead.
What I was saying with the question was, I don't think that masturbation or just I don't agree with that. But I don't. Maybe sex dolls is different. But if standard masturbation doesn't really stunt a person's performance, I don't think that a sex doll would either. Now I confess that droughts do stunt my arousal, maybe the first couple of times, but that's about it.
All right, but
My man
situation-
Marco, go ahead.
the situation we were talking about was over 3 years.
I can never
right?
finish, man.
So that's what I was using as the example. That's what we just came away from. So now, if we want to put this into a logical sense, I'm going to try and compare it, right, with something that is comparative. So just say we take an athlete, right, a runner who does races, and he's got his technique, he's the way he runs down packed. But then he stops running for over 3 years, and he starts playing video games where you run. Are we going to say that when that guy gets back on the racing track, he's going to be at exactly the same standard?
But Jessica, you're the one setting up the premise.
No,
you're
he's
basically
not.
setting up the premise and then asking, "Isn't this right?"
No.
Do you understand?
No. Okay. So
give me
Keith,
another example.
well, no. But
Okay.
Keith, with her example, it makes sense. It does make sense.
It does because she's the one setting up the parameters. This isn't a real scenario. She basically gave you. Okay.
No, but she's making an analogy.
Do you think I'm not intelligent, game changer? I understand what she said, man.
I understand. Keith, come on now. I understand that you are intelligent, but you're questioning her ability to make an analogy, instead of for.
But she's speaking from somewhere of no experience. She doesn't even have any experience with this at all. It's just conjecture. She's making this assertion with absolutely nothing to back it up. She's just saying it.
So
And we're
do you
taking
have
it serious. And we have to defend a ghost because we have to defend something that really doesn't have enough. I am calm, man. What the fuck you talking about? So we really don't have enough information for her to even make that statement at all. Man.
Can I ask you, do you have 3 years? Have you over for 3 years fucked a sex doll and not
For how
interacted
many
with
years?
women? If not, over 3 years, have you only had sex with a sex doll and not a real
No,
woman?
I haven't, Jessica.
Well, then
No, I
your
haven't.
opinion is just as invalid as mine. We're all giving.
But I'm a fucking guy. I would probably know more
No,
about
but
a
you
guy's
haven't been in that
sexuality. Okay,
situation.
go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. See, even if she talks nice, like I'll allow her to talk, but I respond to exactly what she says. And then I just get like I'm just a blathering fucking idiot. I'm a guy with a fucking dick that apparently I don't know shit about fucking. I've been fucking women, a lot of women for 15, 20 years, but I don't know shit. But we're listening to some female who has zero experience with it, man.
She says your experience is just
Because
as limited.
first of all, I'm cursing because I'm a fucking guy. Okay, let's stop turning this shit into a bitch's fucking place, and where men can't talk like men anymore.
It doesn't matter that. Listen, Keith. She said that your experience is just as valid as hers. You said that you basically implied that your experience is more valid because you have a penis. And let her reply to that. Go ahead.
But to me, it's just as invalid because he was saying that I can't speak on a situation because I have not been in that situation. Just because you have a penis doesn't mean that you can dictate.
You're right. I'll go ahead and concede my position.
Let her finish.
Only with a sex doll for over 3 years, and how you would react if you went back to a real woman. What you're saying is all what's the word? It's all hypothetical. It's very much hypothetical, just as much as it is with me. It's like me saying, okay, I'm a woman, so I should be able to judge standards of men's sex just as much. Even though I haven't been with a guy who hasn't had sex for over 3.5 years, my opinion is more valid because I have a vagina. That is exactly the argument and the logic that Keith has come with. But he thinks it's acceptable if it's from him, but if it's from me, then he's going to shoot it down immediately. It doesn't make sense. We're being hypocritical on the opinions that we are stating are valid or invalid. Like, let's keep it consistent.
Hey,
so go ahead. Kelsey.
I was just gonna. I hope Keith is listening. I would like for him to come back on the panel, because I did want to continue discussing what we were talking about. I didn't want him to just hop off.
No, I don't want him to hop off, but I mean, I don't want anybody to feel interrupted. I want everybody to get their thoughts out. Um, so,
Yes.
but yeah, he's welcome to come back. Absolutely, he knows that. So, hopefully it's just like a phone malfunction or something like that. But Jessica, I understand we all have theories, and no one can really test it because it's a very unique situation to replicate. 3 years is a long time to abstain. Many of those years being used with adults. So it's a very difficult thing to replicate. Therefore, anything we say to that regard is speculation. However, I am concerned about the intentions behind it because you see, a man's ability to perform sexually is part of how he measures his manhood. Now, you are aware of this, right?
Yep, the same with a woman. Yep.
Okay, fair enough. So, by stating that a man who sleeps with a sex doll is diminishing himself sexually or diminishing his ability to perform sexually, you're basically indirectly saying that he's less of a man for doing so. When we in the chat room, and Keith himself was saying that you were indirectly shaming these guys, that's why. So it's not direct to say, I mean, it would be direct if you were to say he's less of a man, but you are saying that he is less productive sexually, which read as less of a man. So
I
it
see it
does
as
seem
no different. Sorry, I see it as no different than what you just said previously, that a woman who uses a dildo has a stretched out vagina, and women place worth on how they perform sexually. So you're
their tightness.
diminishing a woman's worth, and
Mhm.
it's no different. I'm simply saying from the other side. So
Yes.
I don't see what I've done that everyone else hasn't done.
Well, I was
Can I,
deliberately. I was right quick, Kels. I was deliberately discouraging women from using oversized dildos. I make no, I'm not being passive about it. Women do not use oversized dildos. That shit's nasty. It fucks up your walls. In the hallway effect. Now, are you deliberately
Well,
saying
Game Changer. How do we determine what's oversized?
there is a natural penis size? Like, don't get that weird shit that's beyond all natural men. Shit like that will cause complications. So a standard size dildo, a human size dildo is okay. But once you start getting into cantaloupes and shit like that, then you have a problem.
Okay, so your intention was to deliberately shame or
Discourage.
try and encourage women not to use oversized dildos. Okay,
Oh, absolutely.
that wasn't my
You
intention.
should be ashamed.
My intention was to highlight something that I genuinely think would happen if a guy abstained from real human sex for over 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an
Okay.
attempt to shame anyone. It's genuinely something that I feel might exist. And people are saying, well, let's compare it to riding a bike. But okay, if you stop riding a bike for 3 years, you can jump back on a bike and you can still ride. But that's not what
Sex
we're
is
talking
kind of
about.
the sex is kind of the same thing though, and that's coming from somebody who had to abstain for a little
but
over 3 years.
The thing that I was discussing is not the ability to have sex.
Hold on, right quick. We'll get
she's belaboring the point.
No, I get
Yeah,
you.
it
I get
wasn't.
you, and that's what Keith was saying too. But we're gonna
It
let her
wasn't.
finish. We're gonna go to Kels.
It wasn't the ability to have sex that I've questioned. So of course,
I thought you were going to
for 3
Kel.
years, you can.
No, after her, we're gonna go to Kels.
Okay. So after 3 years, if you stop riding a bike, of course you can jump back on a bike and ride. That's not the point that I was getting at. We're talking about standards, okay? So if previously you're a BMX rider, you can do all these tricks, and then you switch from doing that in real life and you play nothing but video games for 3 years.
Sex is not as complicated as BMX riding.
And then you get back. Yeah, but it finding a technique is. Otherwise, every guy would be, hitting the right technique, and not every guy is. So there is actually a skill to it, right? And that's something, that skill is enhanced with real female feedback. Something
Wait,
that you're
how
missing
are
with
we
the
making
sex
these
doll.
determinations though? That's all I'm trying to. I guess I'm just trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, I mean, you're letting her go on with this. Where's the evidence or the support for these
Hey,
for these?
fellas, Kel, go ahead.
Please let Kel speak.
I did. Kels, go ahead.
Okay. Um, while you all were talking, I actually was doing some research to kind of get some background information as to what Jessica was saying. And what I actually found was there's very little research on this anyway, but the small research that I did find did have some key themes that were very healthy to use. I'm sorry, very healthy when using sex dolls. So basically, it kind of talked about the fact that it adds sexual practice without the pressure, from human intimacy. So really, it's kind of like he's getting ready before he has the real thing, so to speak.
Yeah,
Um,
that was
it's also,
Kind of like a punching bag.
yeah, it's like yeah, similar. So the other part is that it's healthier than ejaculation, because the way that they make those sex dolls, they have them in a way where it's positioning, um it's properly positioned so that you can get a good thrust, and it helps increase your strength and so forth, and also your movements as well. um so that's kind of a little bit of what I kind of have been researching while you all were talking.
Okay, can I just quickly add? There is no way for that
real
study.
quick, and then we're gonna go to Black Guru. It's got to be real
Okay,
quick. Go
basically,
ahead.
that study said that it promotes sexual practice. I never denied that it doesn't promote sexual practice, but it doesn't promote standards. A doll gives no feedback, therefore, you cannot tell if you are hitting the right standard. It's like answering a test and not knowing if you got the questions right. It can't help you if you don't know whether your answers are right or wrong. And it can build, because of the way that you have to thrust, it may build strength in your thrust, but strength does not equal
Oh,
sexual
okay.
standards. That's all I was going to
We,
say.
we get it. Yeah. All
Okay,
right. So,
okay.
Uru.
Now, if you've had a very active and lengthy and diverse sex life, that all becomes a part of your life experience, something that you will be able to draw upon later in life. So even if you have had some periods of time in your life where you've had drought, so to speak, when you do re-engage in sexual activity, there will be cues and reminders and things that you will be able to recall upon in similar circumstances. Moreover, sex is not just about the physical act itself, it's about the emotional exchange between you and that person that will affect and in many cases positively impact the sexual experience. So it's not just about what your technique is, about what your penis size is, or your positioning. It's about an actual emotional exchange as well. So even if someone has been out of the game, so to speak, for some period of time, if there is some genuine affection and maybe love, whatever that may be, between you and this new partner, that's going to have a positive impact and influence in your sexual relationship. Yeah, you may not be able to screw like some kind of porn king or whatever, but the fact that you actually have some kind of relationship and some kind of emotional exchange with the person with whom you're having sex is going to have a positive impact. And as you continue to be together and continue to have sex together, in no time you'll be in simpatico, so to speak, sexually. So I don't think having someone going through some period of time where they're having sex exclusively with a sex doll is going to somehow permanently mar you sexually.
Well,
That's
and
ridiculous.
the caveat to that is that we're really, this is new age technology. So you can get these sex dolls customizable where they can respond to speech, they can do eye tracking. So there are different customizable features that you can get added to the doll to make it more human like, if you
You
will.
know, I'm sure all that is true, cocaine. I guess I'm mostly attempting to push back on the notion that if some man spends some period of time with a sex doll, it's somehow going to permanently mar him as a sexual performer. I just think that's ridiculous.
Well,
And
yes.
I wanted to respond to that, right?
Yeah, go
Okay,
and
because
respond. Then we'll go to MOT. But who's
initially it was the argument that I made, and the thing that I find here is that a lot of the times arguments get misconstrued. So at no point did I say that it permanently affects your sexual standards. I never said that.
true?
Those words did not come from my mouth. I said for it will affect it, and I can acknowledge that it can be something that can be improved on. So once you do start having sex with a real person, then you can retrieve your old sexual standard back, and you can overperform against your old sexual standard. That's not an argument, but I do believe that for some time then there will be a drop in your standard. When you go back to having sex, you will not perform as well as you
And
used to.
I would say it would be no different than if you had, let's say, been celibate for some
No,
period of time.
Yeah, yeah,
celibacy
it's the
and
same thing.
masturbation.
I won't deny that.
Then it's not a function. Okay, let's do this. MOT, your turn.
Jessica, I mean, why is it that you're so pressed about the existence of this piece of equipment, given on the other side the things that you guys have for yourself? Like, I don't see you lobbying for the end of dildos or vibrators or anything else, but the moment a man gets a sex doll, somehow you seem very concerned about the existence of that. Oh, she's gone. She left.
Well, no, she's in the back. Complex, I'm gonna let her rock for a second, all right? Unless you had some.
No, you
She's
good. Go ahead.
not
Go ahead.
concerned.
All right.
Go ahead with I'm not concerned. Go ahead.
Well, while she's coming up, to me, I don't know. I don't have any issue with the sex doll
Me either.
because
I don't really care. Yeah.
right. So because it's all mental what we're talking about. I mean, I know what Jessica was talking about was physical, but it is mental. It's kind of like, you do your daily ejaculation or masturbation, and then you just keep it moving, and so you understand that we're just talking about a piece of equipment, and what, you're not trying to make love to it. You're just trying to have some sort of added stimulation or whatever to assist with the ejaculation or masturbation or whatever it is. That's just how I look at it. I mean, I may be looking at it wrong, but that's just how I look at it.
I got another level of respect for you, Cocaine. Real talk. When you were reading
Right.
it and you were teeing it up and you were saying I was doing the research in my head, I was preparing for myself to be completely wrong and say, okay, I was wrong on that. And then when you show that what I was thinking, it's almost like I get on these panels and I'm treated like a fucking crazy person. Like I'm the only one that can see this bullshit. I mean, we have people speaking in these real absolutes that haven't done any research. The fact that you had the thought that we're having the conversation and you thought to yourself, you know what? Let me go look this shit up. You know what I mean? Just the fact that you thought to do that tells me where your fucking head is at. Motherfuckers just want to talk and don't know shit, man. And you can't just say I was wrong, man. Can't just say, you know what? I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
All right. So I feel you, Keith. Marco Grande, I appreciate the cash app. I appreciate you, bro. Cocaine Kills in the private chat said that she had a question for the fellas. So go ahead.
Can I quickly just
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Push back?
Go
I
ahead.
appreciate that Kels went out and she did a bit of research, but Keith, it didn't prove your point because the research didn't
Okay, I don't
prove
know, whatever.
the statement that I made. So
All right, fair enough. So yeah, let's agree to differ. Kels, you had a question
It
for
wasn't agree to disagree. It actually went exactly. That's what I mean, man.
I
It
know.
actually proved the exact
The
opposite the fuck she
research
said. Why the
said
fuck do we
nothing about
coddle
sexual
No,
these
because,
fucking
standards.
grown people,
There was
man?
nothing
It
because
actually
about
proved
it that
exactly the
related to
opposite of
sexual
what you fucking
standards.
said.
It
It
said
proved the
nothing
opposite of what
about sexual
I'm living in
standards. It
fucking
said
a
nothing
bizarro
about
land, man.
nah,
your
Keith,
sexual
you're fighting
performance.
in the win of a war because what you're
Please,
asking for is a
please
surrender.
let Cocaine ask her question.
Yeah, Kels, what's your question,
I
please?
don't know that Jessica was done. I want to make sure that she was done.
Oh no, I'm
Well,
done.
yeah, you said that, and
Okay.
then, yeah. So
Well, I kind of added my question answer into what I was saying in terms. I really wanted to know how often um, you all. I mean, I know this is a personal question, but possibly how often per week you masturbate. And the reason I was asking is because um, it kind of just went to what I was saying a few minutes ago. So you really don't have to answer it, but that was my question earlier.
if whether I have a live-in girlfriend or not, I masturbate at least 5 to 10 times a week.
That's what I thought. So if you had, like I said, the doll is just an added benefit to what you already do. So to me, that's why I said I don't have an issue with it. In fact, to be honest with you, um, at one point I was going to add that into uh, my sexual experience with my man. Um, but I didn't do
Hold
it.
up, woman. You cheating on me, damn it.
I'm sorry.
I said, hold up. You cheating on me, damn it.
I know.
Well,
I
what
said
if
I'm.
your dog looks like you, Keith? Is that cheating?
I can't fucking hear this conversation. I'm fucking hurt. I'm hurt.
But what if her dog? Because y'all live far away. So what if her dog? She had a Keith dog because when you're away. Is that cheating?
No, it was no. The doll was gonna be there during our intercourse. I wasn't going to do it like outside of him.
If the dog looked nothing like you, how would that make you feel? And I mean nothing. Like this was a dark skinned, short, brown eyed,
I mean, of course, I
overweight.
would pick the doll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would pick the. I
What
mean,
dog
because it
would
was
you
my
pick?
idea. You know what I mean? So it was like, okay, hey, why don't we just, just seeing the little when it first came out, and I was like, hey, why don't we just order one of those?
What,
And
what if he doesn't like the doll you picked?
he didn't even like the idea. But
Yeah, I
it was
remember.
yeah, it was just me just asking, if he
Yeah.
wanted it.
Yeah, I
Experiment.
wouldn't like that
Yeah.
either. I would be like, that's yeah, no. I mean, because basically what you're saying is that you're trying to shift the sexual responsibility to an inanimate your sexual responsibility off onto an inanimate object. Now, I would think that. I don't think that that's what you were doing. I
No,
think
that
that you were,
wasn't what I was doing. Because she would
yeah,
just sit
but,
there.
Yeah,
yeah,
but Cocaine. When you've been with uh someone for a while, these things of whether to add a doll or
Yeah, that's what I'm
some
saying.
devices or whatever, it's just not as big a deal.
yeah.
Right.
When you committed to being with someone and you share mortgages and all this kind of stuff, then some toys or even some doll or whatever is just not that big a deal.
Right. And he didn't it wasn't a big deal to him. It was just a matter of fact conversation. And it wasn't really a big deal to me. And he knows I'm a Scorpio. So I mean, it just kind of goes with the territory. But again, we didn't do anything. We didn't move forward on that. But I mean, I was prepared to if he really wanted to do it. Whatever he wanted to do, it was fine with me.
I would say if you do get sex doll, get toys, and if you have children, be sure to lock up the toys because
Well, we were gonna
had a
name
couple
her
of
and everything.
situations where my kids found our toys, and it was quite
Oh, that's
embarrassing,
yeah.
to
But
say
I
the
can
least.
I can tell
You
I
know,
can tell cocaine is
why do
confident.
we have
It's easy.
why do we have pink handcuffs? That type of thing.
oh
So,
yeah, that's not as bad. But Keith, would you so if that was suggested, what would be your reaction if that was suggested to you?
If what was suggested?
That someone brings in a sex doll into your romantic situation with your chick. If your chick suggested that we add a female sex doll to kind of spice things up, you know,
I mean, if I'm with
what
my
would be your
woman
response?
long term, and
Uh-huh.
if I'm in love, am I in love or am I not in love, or I don't give a fuck? What am I?
2 years, hadn't used the L word yet, but you have thoughts. You're comfortable with her.
Then probably not. I mean, I don't know. I'm not into fucking a doll. I love women, man. But if
Yeah.
I love her, if I'm in a situation where I really care about her and I actually care about her fucking feelings, then if she wanted to fucking bring a doll in and that would make her happy, yeah.
Now, I will say this, Kels, and Jessica, because you reached a certain age, at least I've reached a certain age, I have become very comfortable in my masturbation technique to where I think that a doll would just interfere with that. I think
I mean,
that,
I'm comfortable in my sexuality. I'm a fun guy.
yeah,
I've done some cool drugs. I mean, I understand the world is complicated. I tend to fuck with younger women anyway. So, I wouldn't be,
yeah, me too.
it wouldn't shock me if that situation came up. You know what I mean?
No,
It's a little wild for me.
what I'm saying is, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, that would, I'm pretty comfortable with my sexuality as a man. I mean, if I'm with my lady and she want to fucking get a little freaky, you know what I mean? Fuck it.
Yeah, no, but I would recognize it as this is a toy to stimulate her, and that's
Yeah.
perfectly fine, and I'm open to that.
Yeah,
What I was
right.
saying as far as older men and dolls, I know the gentleman in the car was 44, but I think that when you've masturbated for so long, you become comfortable with your technique and you don't want to change it up. I don't think that I think that younger guys probably are really going to take to this whole doll notion more than people my age because we've been masturbating 5 to 10 times a week for years.
Yeah,
Damn, I
I,
appreciate that.
I beg to differ. I mean, in fact, if you properly profile the purchasers
Mhm.
of sex dolls, I would wager the majority of them are 35 and older.
Really?
Okay.
And in fact, if you look at much of the anecdotal evidence of it, there's a fairly high percentage of them who are already married and are in
Okay.
long-term relationships. And the dolls actually serve as either a supplement or a complement or a supplement to the sex lives of the couples.
yeah.
And
I mean,
in some
Okay.
cases, the dolls save marriages because they relieve the pressure of sex between the husband and the wife.
so
So I'm just speaking anecdotally, and I'm saying that
Now,
if
I'm
that was
just
something,
saying, based on what I've read,
I get it.
based on yeah,
I'm just saying from my point of view. When I was younger and I was looking for ways to enhance my self pleasure techniques, I may have considered it back then, but now I'm kind of set in my ways.
well, I was just going to say, the sex doll was not for me. It was just me asking him to see if that's something that he would like.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, it's never real, not really about me. I'm trying to please him. So that was my thought pattern. I don't want to give the
Yeah, you're trying to
impression.
keep your sexual life interesting. You're trying to keep things
Yeah,
spicy. I feel you,
yeah,
man.
yeah. So I just didn't want to give the impression that I'm like, it was for me because
Cocaine,
cocaine.
I understand you. Come on.
Cocaine? Can I ask you a question? What was the sex doll your way of acknowledging that men are generally polygamous? And was that to serve maybe as a way to not circumvent, but to indulge or to maybe somewhat satisfy the polygamous nature of men? Was that your reasoning for considering that?
that's no, because that sounds a little manipulative. I think that you know the mindset that I had was just to add something to our activity. Because early on, and I think I've mentioned this to you, I feel like high performing men, um, they majority of the time they do kind of venture out. So that's to be. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you seem to be kind of confirming what I asked. You know,
No.
in terms of okay.
I'm not.
She
Because what I'm
Kels
saying
is the type of woman that if she were in love with you, she would bring another woman into the bedroom for you.
Yeah, I think that's what we're getting at. It's not a manipulation technique to avoid cheating.
Right. And so what I'm
Well,
saying
I don't
is,
think I wasn't trying to
no, you
suggest
weren't
or
asking that.
that you
What
were trying to
asking,
manipulate as much as it was just maybe a way to kind of, you know, provide a
a supplement or
yeah,
yeah, no,
for that,
no.
for that.
Yeah, I think
Because
she's just spicing it up. Yeah,
yeah,
but
it was merely just to spice things up. Because to me, trying to do that in a way to keep him from doing what he probably is already going to do anyway. I mean, it to me, it's just it wouldn't work in my favor long
Right.
term.
sure.
So
Because basically what she's saying is she actually likes the guy. She isn't doing things from a perspective of fear and manipulation. She's doing things that she thinks will make her man happy, which is the intent, which is why that makes that shit a lot more genuine, man.
I mean,
So let me ask
proactive with it rather than reactive with it. It's not a big deal or issue if you actually understand the actual process. Like, I don't have the problems in my relationship because same thing. I don't have to go acquire. She goes and makes sure that things are taken care of. Same way.
Agree. Let me ask this, Jessica. How important is your sexual gratification to you in a relationship? How important is that?
I think as long as it's at a certain standard, then that's fine. There's other things that are probably more important.
Okay.
What would you say in a relationship, sex is as important as your sexual gratification?
Do you know what? It's almost like how as a man you could be in a relationship, but you could still have sexual gratification, but just on your own. You can still do that as a woman, So
True.
it's not at the peak of what I consider important. I don't know what I'd level it out with, to be honest. I can't think off the top of my head. It's something that I'd have to think probably more about. But yeah, sexual performance, it wouldn't rate highly.
So let's phrase the question like this then. Would you be in a relationship with a guy who doesn't sexually satisfy you?
I think as long as his sex isn't terrible, then it would be fine, because if the sex is bad, then it becomes sort of like a chore and it's something that you don't want to do if you're actively not enjoying something, But
what is bad sex? Like, do dudes just not have their stroke game right? Like what are dudes doing? That do they just not like know how to touch you, or what do y'all when y'all say y'all have bad sex? Because I'm, that's gotta suck.
It could be like a combination. So when a guy just goes sort of jackhammer, I don't know if that's like a term, but he's just like pounding, and
I mean, I've had nights like that were satisfying. Is it like they don't switch it up? Do they not know when to?
Yeah, it might just be just like that, just constant pounding, which, to be honest, just hurts after a while.
So like every time they fuck, it's just the pound. There's no.
Yeah, if there's no switching it up. So like sometimes you want to be able to change the motion a little bit. You want to be able to know how to you touch someone while you're having sex, just to further, increase how turned on you are, things like that. So if you can't do that, then and I'd say if you are that guy who just has that one solid motion just throughout and you can't switch it up, that would probably be what constitutes as bad sex.
Oh man, I got this move right. So you fellas got to do this move when you first go in for the penetration. You get like 2-3 strokes in, then you fucking pull out, then you go back in real quick, go for a few strokes, then pull out real fucking slow, and then go back in real slow, and just punish her. Roger that. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, I like that. I do that from time to time. I do the pull out and then a smack with it and then put it back in. Like every now and again, I do that to spice it.
They really love it when you blow on their nipples and then when you lick on their nipples and then you blow it.
Well, yeah, I don't know if that's more like the foreplay thing though. That's more the foreplay thing. I try not to focus on the. Well, I'm not gonna get into it. You
can have that mid-sex as well though. Not just foreplay, but you can incorporate it, or even something just like a slap on the bum, grab it, things like that.
Things like that. I get it. No, there are things that you do while inside that does it. But me, I'm not a suck on the titty person while penetrating. Probably because I'm taller.
Damn it.
Probably because I'm taller.
But it's even like some guys can do that wrong,
Well, it's difficult when you're taller. Like there isn't a position where you can crank
not necessarily during sex, but just in general. Like you probably have to do it as though you're kissing someone's mouth, so you just sort of like French kiss the nipple. But then other guys will do like, I don't know, the hard bite or just I don't know.
Well, no, every woman is different. That's the thing. That's what I was getting at earlier, Jessica. Some women like it hard. Some women are like it ridiculously hard. Some bitches like to bleed. So, and some of them just is real sensitive. So every woman is different. That's why I say I can't go for this whole set technique thing because even kissing the nipple is different for women, and some of them just don't like the shit at all.
Hey, Jessica, I thought you had been in a relationship with one guy for 8 years. You seem to have a lot of bad experiences.
I slept with someone after that. I've said that before.
Oh. So the issues you're citing all came from one guy, or?
No, but just over the course of a relationship, someone can try different things because when you're together for so long, you're going to try and switch it up.
You said you were 24, right?
I'm 24.
And you've been with one guy for 8 years.
I was with one guy for 8 years.
So he didn't know what he was doing?
Math is, so you're, his math is right. He didn't know what he was doing,
or?
No,
for those
it's not that
you
didn't know what he was doing, but I think over time you learn, right? So you try different things, and he's not the jackhammer. He wasn't the jackhammer guy. The guy that I was with afterwards was the jackhammer. And to me,
I mean, when you say some guys,
it's just one guy.
Kind of implies that there were, a few guys with whom you had some troublesome sex.
No. It's just probably the way that I said it. I don't know, but yeah.
No, like we get a visual picture when you say, because you speak so. It's like I would think like you have all this experience. You just have all these. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right, quick, fellas. Not to change the subject completely, but have y'all ever had a bitch when she was mad at you, not withhold sex, but withhold sexual reactions just to fuck with your head while you fucking her?
No, that's never happened to me.
Yeah, that's happened to me. She's a fucking whore. That shit was annoying as fuck. All right.
Hey, what's up, Nima? I see you, girl.
So she was trying to punish you by being sexually mute.
Yeah, she was on some jellyfish shit because she was semi-mad, but she couldn't justify a cutoff or some shit. Fuck her.
You know what, Game Changer? You know what the shitty truth is? The reason why a lot of these females are not satisfied is because they're really not with the man they desire, man. And also too is because what is that hypergamy we talk about, right? So if you're in a situation for the bigger or better deal, you can't really be in love. And they say, the best sex you have is when you're really in love. That shit is passion. I've been in love once. That sex was a lot different than me just fucking a normal woman and going about my day. So the truth is a lot of women are just not. One, you can tell through these conversations, they're really not comfortable with themselves. They have a lot of things going on in their head, a lot of insecurities, and they bring all that into the bedroom. And as a man, you know, if you're good in the bed with women, you got to understand that. You got to really understand the psychology of women, especially when they come into the bedroom, man. You got to understand how to set the scene from the jump. And a lot of these women, even women I fuck, man, you got to get past this mental block that they have. And then you have to open her up so that she can come in the bedroom. That's the fucking problem. And now the problem is every man isn't going to be, you know, I understand people, therefore I understand women. So I understand how to make, you know how they tick. But most men can't get through all them barriers enough to get most women to really enjoy sex like that, man.
Well, you're talking. I get what you're saying. My scenario is different. I'm talking about somebody I was with for a long period of time, and we've been through that phase, and we've had enjoyable sex and all that shit like that. However, during the course of relationships, problems arise as they always do, and just as a "fuck you, nigga" technique, she decides to, you know, not withhold sex itself, but, you know, make it as unpleasurable as she can. Because I do that shit. Sometimes I make it shitty. With Jessica, you know, if I'm mad at you, you get a fucking jackhammer. I will give you the dick you don't like because I'm upset. So I'm just saying, apparently it's just me. I had a bitch do that to me. The shit's annoying.
But also,
I would say in that situation, the thing to do is to immediately stop the sex, and then to make a point of denying her sex.
I made it as fucked up for her as she did for me. I'm a childish person. That's just me. I guess I'm solo in that regard, but there's a lot of things.
Can I change the subject a little bit?
Yeah, go for it.
You know, I watched the O'Shea's interview of Zen, and what I found fascinating from watching that was there was all the focus on the doll and him having sex with the doll.
Yep.
And what I saw, or what I realized, was this was a man who was trying to be free.
Yep.
And was trying to deal with the fact that for most men, sex very often is kind of not just a burden, but it kind of controls our lives, or is used as a way to manipulate and to control, and in some cases even enslave us. Sure. You know, so many of us are permanently impacted by 5 minutes of our lives. You know, and he had
the
several.
Whole world really Black Euro. The whole world.
Exactly, and he had several instances where he made 2 decisions with 2 different women. And they severely, you know, impacted him, you know, both financially, but as well as apparently mentally and emotionally. And it seemed to me that the doll was his way of circumventing what had previously happened to him. Now, I'm not necessarily advocating for a doll and for it to be sort of a supplement or a replacement for women. But what I think he did was really highlight the degree to which women, and in particular sex, is used to, in some cases, destroy men. And he made a somewhat extreme and presently a unique decision to try to surmount that. And I wish there had been more discussion about that.
Damn, I didn't know he put me
on. About, you know, oh, this guy's fucking a dog.
But Black Uru, that's what I was getting to in the chat about the stupid questions. They weren't. See, I saw this as that was an opportunity. This was a little weird situation, I think, for everybody. And this was really an opportunity for, I thought, intelligent brothers to understand the world around us. Yeah. And we were, and the panel was more interested in clowning him, really, to feel better about themselves.
They were very unsuccessful at, by the way.
Which they got completely owned. Like, I don't even advocate for sex dolls. I like the argument. But I'm like, this dude came into hostile territory. He had 4-on-1, 5-on-1, underdog. And at the end of the day, they were defending his shit when he got off the panel.
He was knocking out all sucker MCs.
All
Knocking
fucking
out.
nah. They tried to do. Man, and I think as I'm listening, this guy was calm, smiling, joking, charismatic, and they're just hollering questions at him. Boom, 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 back to back to back to back. And I'm just looking like, man, this dude, y'all more fucking emotional about his doll than he is. He done told you even the doll is just the bitch I fuck.
Damn.
Right?
He said he spent less than 5 minutes fucking the dog.
He said
So it wasn't
less
like
than
he was putting a
5
whole lot into it.
As
minutes.
opposed to 30 minutes to probably even 45 or 60 minutes warming her up, or even a couple of hours taking her out to dinner, taking her
And
out
lying.
to movies that you don't want to see. Yeah.
And I got buddies, man, that got bread. And a lot of them real talk buy pussy. And the one thing that they said was, and these are basically, when you think about pussy, they pay a certain amount a month and they get 4 or 5 dates a month. And one of the things that they said, because they talked to me and I'm like, bro, I can't, because I'm still, I'm the 80s baby. We don't pay for no pussy thing. But anyway, but I understand their position is basically like, you know what, man? I can really actually enjoy the sex and enjoy the company in the woman because I'm not worried about, I don't have the pressure worrying about being funny enough, worrying about this. I can just be my fucking self. She'll come over, smoke a little bud. They have fucking amazing sex. He can be completely comfortable because he don't have all this other shit in his fucking head.
And you ain't got to worry about no damn swag either.
Ain't got to worry about. I mean, these are dudes that have it together, and a lot of these guys are guys who could get women. Like this is what when I hear online about these losers, I'm just like, what? They don't know, man. People because these are men who have shit to do, man. They ain't got to be worried about all this other shit, man. They're trying to get their they call it companionship.
More complex the way they're trying to make it.
What?
Yeah, that's what they call it. They say I'm paying for the companionship. That's why the movie The Girlfriend Experience got fucking hot. That's what these guys are paying for, man. These girls are out fucking shopping, hanging on the zone.
What the sex dog does is highlight.
Movie, wait, The Girlfriend Experience. I remember a TV show. There was a movie like that.
Yeah, man. The movie, matter of fact, with Sasha Grey, bro.
Okay, I'll probably check it out.
It's called The Girlfriend Experience. And they have a lot of these chicks in Dallas, man. I mean, they're basically escorts, but they spend, they come for the weekend with these guys, spend a day, or they'll go to events or whatever like that. But these guys are the happiest, and then they just go out, they focus on their jobs, making money, and they're not worried about fucking women. And they date women, but they're so much more fucking relaxed, right?
It's huge.
In their everyday fucking life. And it takes away from them also dealing with bullshit with women because they're just like, fuck it. I mean, at worst case scenario, I'll call Sasha and she'll come over. Yeah, Sasha Grey, the porn star, man. It was directed by Soderbergh, I think.
Yeah, it was Soderbergh.
Yeah.
Soderheim. A regular movie. Soderbergh, yeah.
And see, for me, I personally like a woman that does not have a lot of time. She has to work. She's got her adult kids to deal with, maybe her, even grandkids. I'm a little bit older. I'm 50. I like somebody that does not have the time. So I have to make time for her. She has to make time for me, because I know if I have somebody that's got too much time, she's going to be worrying about me, wondering what I'm doing, where I'm going, who I'm doing it with. I ain't got time for that bullshit.
Wait a minute. So you're saying, do you like young, hot, unchilded pussy?
Yes, most definitely.
So let's be clear. I'm finna clean it up. Like the low maintenance that comes with older women with adult kids. But let's be clear. There's no pussy better than young, hot, attractive, skin tightened pussy.
I'm finna clean that up. I'm finna fix
and GameChanger. And you know what? They only run that fucking game on black men, man. They only run that.
I'm finna clean it up. I'm finna fix that. Right. As I've gotten older, I've never been married. I do not have children. but you start to think about a legacy, right?
Right.
And when
Yeah.
you get older, you start to think about that. So now, as I've gotten older, I'm looking at younger women. So
Right.
and so it's like I do prefer the younger ones, but and I've said this in chats before. It's like for younger guys, the older women, great batting practice. Great to practice your swing, practice your pitch. But for me, it's like and I've done a lot of practice on my swing and my pitching, but I'm starting to look at the ring. So it's like, yes, I've had to go younger.
Okay, so that brings up an interesting thing. So Jessica, to what you were saying earlier about losing technique, do fucking old bitches make a man lose technique on fucking younger ones? Because by your logic, you can.
No.
Okay, so you're saying it's the same.
I'd say it's the same. Women are women, so you're still getting that
Oh
feedback. You're
bullshit!
still getting
If women were
that
women, we wouldn't
response.
prefer the young, hot, fertile pussy.
No,
Like
but you
they're
can still
not.
The one thing
you
the
make me
younger
think
women,
that
well, the one thing the younger women have, they have the fertility. The older women should have the experience,
I don't need that. I don't care about that.
Nah.
and that's cool. That's totally cool. I'm not going to dispute that.
I've
I
been
don't. I
with a
don't want an experienced woman, man. I want a
No,
woman
no, no,
whose
no, no.
vagina is going to fit perfectly around my shaft.
No,
Yeah, me too.
by experience, I mean they know what they like. They know what they're doing. And I'm
I
not
don't. I don't
dissing.
need. Honestly, I don't need her to know. It's
Got
my
it.
job to teach her what she likes
It's
and
Got
to
my
it.
job to
teach her
teach
what
her
she's
what I
doing. I
like.
don't need a woman
I,
who's been broken in already.
I teach
I
her what
can
I
I
like.
can give you
Yeah,
that.
she
I
got
can
all
give you
kind of
that.
like confusion going on back.
When I was younger, before I was married, and I was involved with some older women, one advantage that I enjoyed with the older women was there was a level of sense of gratefulness of
Yep.
fucking this young guy,
Ben
and
Franklin
that kind
said
of
that.
contributed to a level of enthusiasm they had during the experience that was a little bit heightened. So that
Yes.
was definitely something that I recall when I was younger and I was screwing older women. I mean,
The first time,
they were really fired up to get with this young, strapping, muscle dude, and it played out in our sexual experience
And when
young,
you
to a
got
hot,
great
older,
degree.
fertile
and
pussy.
and when you got older, and this is for me, because when I was younger, all I messed with was older women. But as I've gotten older, I'm like, you know what? I got to start going younger. And that's one of the things we men, we kind of can do that because theoretically, as we get older, we should be getting better. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but let me ask this because
Okay.
I thought about this before. In fact, I think Kels and I had a conversation about this. Um, and I'll start with MOT. Do you think that old bitches is like stunning young dudes and keeping them away from younger chicks?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Go,
Um,
please, MOT.
go ahead.
I mean, as somebody who used to own a club, yes, that's
Yeah,
exactly what they're doing.
yeah. I get a feeling that that when
Oh,
a
I
dude
can
is
see that.
young
I can see what
and he
well, I can see where this is going. Go ahead.
because like when a dude is young and he should be out trying to ideally, I know we live in a hookup culture now. Ideally, I would like to live in a world where young men are looking to form families with young women, but I think
I
that's just
actually think they are a game changer. What's happening? How many stories? Most men are out on the market because they fell in love early and a chick broke his heart. And on a lot of cases, multiple times. I mean,
Mhm.
we keep having this conversation, I think, because we think we're just taught that women are altruistic about love.
Right.
And it's actually men, just like we already know, it's men who are the true romantics. It's
Right.
Right.
it's the
Well,
young fucking boys in junior high who are writing the love letters and the will you be mines, and he gets dogged out and he gets taught that being a sappy man who's in love is a fool's errand. But young men are very idealistic about love. How many of you young boys chasing after some woman he loves? One fucking woman. Most men are not fucking players. They find that cute girl in school that they want, but she wants the dude that's not good for her. That's the fucking truth. Or he's with her and she breaks his heart. And then he turns into a fucking savage.
So right quick, Keith, same question. Do you think that these older chicks are fucking with younger dudes,
yeah, of course they are.
Yeah, I get a feeling that they're making it difficult for them to form healthy relationships because you're starting off in an unhealthy ass relationship.
Well, what's happening is because so many of them are being raised exclusively by women that an older woman is going to have a psychological advantage over that younger man because she essentially is his mother in a sense. So she, even though they have a sexual relationship, she can still also actually become his surrogate mother to some degree, and basically sort of impose her will upon him.
And the added advantage is,
but I mean, when you're a young man, you should be out chasing some young, hot, fertile pussy. But instead, you got this old chick, and the thrill of the chase is gone because it's just like right there and shit. And you get, I don't know, I think you might be getting like accustomed to wrinkled ass pussy, and you just kind of like stick with it. I don't know.
And
but here's the other side of it. Here's the other side of a game changer. Many, if not most of the young girls are out there fucking older guys.
Yeah,
right.
So that's a factor that's going on too. And that's what the younger men, many of the younger men are facing when they're out there. That the younger women are not necessarily as available to them as you might presume they should be.
I agree. It's all fucked up. I think the added advantage with, but yeah, I think it's all fucked up. Just is that something? I'll get you.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say the added advantage with the. I was going to say it's real quick. But the added advantage with the older women is when, in regards to younger guys, depending on their age, they cannot get pregnant either. Now, with the younger women with the older guys, he has resources that many young guys don't have.
If somebody come at me with some wrinkled ass pussy and say, "But I can't get it," I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Hold on. Hey.
No, the reason that is because it's easy pussy. Older women throw themselves at the young guy that she wants, and she overwhelmed. Oh, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just making my own commentary. So she throws it on the young guy that she wants, makes it very easy for him. She blinds him by oversexing him. Then what she's not going to try to take that young dude to a club where there's a bunch of young women at. Trust me.
Right. Agree. Totally agree. I was a bit, like I said, when I was in my 20s, I saw it. Yes.
But he should be at the club with the young women, and he should be at least trying to form like a healthy family. I'm saying I don't want a dude in his 20s. Take Zone for example. I don't want Zone spending his 20s fucking old bitches.
No, like I said, batting practice.
It's not practice. No,
I'm being fun. I'm being facetious saying.
Oh, okay. To me, I think it's fucking people up. Personally, I think it's.
I mean, I do think it's not a terrible idea for a young man to have at least one experienced woman show him the ropes. I think it is good for a older woman to be able to teach you. I mean, I had that. Yeah, I was like 22.
I'm talking about these Xbox bitches. You know what I'm talking about? These chicks with their.
I mean, I get it. No, I get it. I was just making my own commentary.
But y'all have those chicks who have their own like separate game room and shit, and then they be bringing little boys in, and so they could play Xbox, and that's how they lure them in, and for constant fucking. Like the ones who want to create an ongoing penis on demand situation with these young boys. I'm telling you, it's fucking them up in the soul. And a lot of these dudes are spending their 20s, not finding a chick his own age, but just content with wrinkled old pussy.
No, I agree with that, but that's because the market's fucked up. I'm just talking
Yeah,
about in a healthy market. You
yeah,
know, I think it's good for a man to kind of get, because a man should be out there fucking anyway,
true.
and getting a variety of sexual experiences, man. So in the ideal world, if we all had resources, young men, would be traveling to different countries and having experiences and things like that. I think it's important for a man to be well rounded, and that means being well
Yes.
rounded sexually also.
True.
So now I don't believe in a distorted market. Now what we're talking about is more predatory shit, right?
Right.
And not more of a young man who knows, who's finding himself, understands what's happening. Is you have these older women who are picking these dudes off because they're right, because the sexual market is so fucking backwards, and they're taking advantage of that. So I agree with you, Game Changer. I think we're just having two different conversations.
No, no, I see where you're going with this. Yeah, and you're right. The marketplace is broken. So anything that is going on now is really a way of coping with the broken market, including including fucking old bitches, because the young ones
Yeah,
have their DMs full of other people trying to fuck them.
yeah.
Jessica, you had some?
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I got a phone call, but I
No
don't know
worries.
if you touched on it while I was gone. But I was gonna say that I do feel like older women try and compete with younger women in the dating market. The problem is twofold. It's like you just said, the dating market right now is kind of distorted, and so what we have
Mhm.
are different age groups all competing with each other. Whereas I think previously it wasn't really like that. So what you've got are, like, we can't downplay the fact that young guys like older women as well. So you've got that whole MILF culture thing that goes on,
And
and there are
Gilf.
a lot. Pardon?
Gilf, same thing. Grandmothers.
Okay, yeah,
And
grandma.
milf culture is really whole culture.
Yeah,
So you've
Yep.
got guys who like
Be right
milfs
back.
per se, like, so you've got a lot of young guys who are chasing after older women, and probably today older women look better than they ever have done before with all the stuff that's on
True.
the market now. And then you've got, so one, older women are going to discourage younger women because they see younger men as viable options right now, but they're also going to discourage them from dating older men because those are still options for older black women, you know, and there are younger girls that are with older guys. So they're competing twofold. Everyone is sort of competing with each other. And I don't think it's always been like that. I think that's a modern thing. Everyone's competing.
I agree with that, and I
I think,
do experience firsthand what you're talking about as far as older chicks do try to like step in and discourage young love. Like when I was like 18, I was at the BART station or subway or whatever you call it, wherever you're at, waiting on a chick to get off on a certain stop. And the agent, she was like, what? She probably was like 30 or something like that. And she was trying to, she was using choosing signals and shit. And she was just saying that, oh, she might not show, she might just stand
I'm
you up.
back.
But it's like, come on now, really, really. I mean, that wasn't the case because we already met up and everything before. But like, why?
Yeah,
Why
that's how women compete, Game Changer. That's
huh?
how women compete. Because
Yeah,
remember when I was saying men compete physically. That's the way high school and junior high girls compete. They gossip on each other. So their way of gaining a upper hand in the sexual market with men is by disparaging the character of other women.
Right.
true.
Right? It's the
And they
same
do
tactic they use in the manosphere. That's why they try to. That's what basically shaming is.
and
Mhm.
they
That's the
do it at
female
work too.
version. That's the female version of male fisticuffs. So when they're shaming, that's basically what they do to each other.
True.
But they got men doing it now. That's why we say it's bitch behavior. Because men, we have life, we have an argument. This is why you're wrong, and this is why I think you're wrong. Women say, "Well, bitch, you're fat, you're ugly, so your opinion doesn't matter." That's how bitch, right? So
You're a
they
slut.
disparage you. Right? You're a slut. So if I call you a slut, then none of the guys who I want are gonna really want you because he doesn't want a slut. So she's taking out her competition by slandering her character. It's fucking classic, man. Cocaine, am I
or you
wrong?
try and shame. or you've got the women that try and shame men as well. They don't just shame the woman, so they'll shame men. So if an older guy says that he likes younger women, they'll be like, oh, she's young enough to be your daughter. Oh,
Yup.
you're a pervert. You're this, that, and the other. So they try and
Well,
shame
that's what I
men
meant about
too.
how they do in the manosphere. They'll exactly. You're gay. You're a pervert. You're a pet. All this shit.
Pick me.
Hunt.
GT, nobody said you shamed anybody.
It's interesting too. I mean, like in the rest of the world and most of the rest of the world, an accomplished older man, particularly a wealthy one, is totally acceptable and expected that he would marry a much younger and firmer woman. It's like it's like only in this weird particular kind of bizarro world we live in called Black community or whatever, where there's this great shame and condemnation of successful older men marrying younger women.
Do you think it might have to do? Do you think it might
part of the inspiration and the reward of accomplishment?
Get that shit. That's just women in general in America.
Whatever mate you want.
Do you think the community is not used to having successful men in it?
Yes, it's not successful at all. It has no sense at all, and thus no accommodation for truly successful men. That's why most leave.
Well, I'll say I don't think there's not accommodation when you're successful. I think there's no accommodation when you're becoming successful as a Black man. Other races of people have people who are fucking cheering them on as they're trying to build. Once you're successful, everyone wants a piece of you. Everybody's going to take you then. It's that building to success that fucking Black men are alone in doing. Everyone else has these support systems and people who applaud them. Oh, you're looking to do this, but niggas have a bunch of people telling them why they can't fucking do it. And family, that they're doing it on their own. They have no resources.
Well, because in the Black community, Black men, unless they're athletes or rappers, are not expected to be successful.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We're not used to it. So we haven't created provisions for it, particularly that type of success. The type that
I think that's a cop-out, GC. It doesn't take rocket science to fucking cheer the people on who are trying to do the right thing and become something.
I agree. I agree.
That's just fucking human.
But people are stupid that way. So you have to account for that.
Yep. You do.
Regardless of what it is, I say don't give a fuck, and that's why I say fuck the people who like this dude here. The reason I have respect for him is number one, I love this dude's fucking honesty, right? Any question, listen, I'm honest about my shit. I'm not trying to play games. I'm owning my shit. All right. Most people aren't honest or that level of self-awareness. Most people are bullshitting themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, and then not only do you bullshit yourselves, but you try to bullshit everybody else. No, you're not gonna bullshit me because I know what's up. Respect the dude that says, listen, you know what? I got fucked over twice. People kept missing that. Like this dude fucking, I feel for the guy, man. That's the guy you don't let fucking, that guy is the guy that builds a community. That's the guy that a lot of these females need. And two different women fuck this guy over because the system allows them to. And then you're mad at fucking men for saying fuck this shit, man. This motherfucker lost $500,000 fucking dollars. Women failed that fucking guy, man.
Yeah,
that's just fucking sad, man. And he had no fucking humanity.
Well, the other thing, and maybe this is kind of a companion to what you're talking about, Keith, is what he highlighted is how grossly overvalued relationships with most women truly are. And that when you look at them, my background is accounting. When you run the debits and the credits, the cost, benefit, the liabilities, assets, the vast majority of women are just negative negative income or loss or liabilities. I mean, there's just no real, actual, tangible, substantive value to most relationships with the modern woman.
It's
I
not.
mean, they looted this man of the money that he earned, that he apparently risked his life for. You know, I mean, I'm listening to this guy saying that he was in the military 20 years and apparently he engaged in some very dangerous type of work to the extent to which he eventually got his back blown out as
Don't
a
get me
result of
started.
it. Everybody totally looked past that. They totally looked past the fact that this guy was nearly killed, and as a result of that, lost his wife and lost his marriage and lost his property as a result of that.
And that's why I was in
Everybody
the
totally
chat
skipped
going ham,
past that.
Yoru. That's why chat going ham, because I'm like, y'all niggas are not even listening to this fucking guy because you don't even give a fuck at all. Even our own men don't give a fuck for our own fellow man. Like
No.
I'm listening, like I had that guy figured out in 10 minutes of listening. I'm just listening to niggas. But what about this? Like this is an opportunity to really learn about men and the things that your fellow men through and allow the world to really see. This was a great opportunity. We're all in the manosphere. The manosphere wouldn't exist if that whole conversation of men ain't shit and men getting fucked over didn't happen. The manosphere is a response to all of that. So all the men in the manosphere has to at least understand that part at some level. That is the perfect example to say, God damn it, here's this fucking dude. He's charming. He's got some money. You know, he served the country. You know, he's got this shit together. And this system fucking failed him. The reason that they needed to clown him and what I think the women understood and egged on is because this is the perfect example of what I've been talking about on these panels. That these women fuck over perfectly well-adjusted, normal, average, good fucking men. They paint the picture like, well, why did Cocaine was talking about that bullshit finagle that happened on Fantastic's channel, and we're talking about divorce rates of 85% is where women leave men, and it's always this fucking ghost of, well, maybe this and maybe the man. No, it's because this guy
You
himself.
should have picked
I had
better.
a panel. I had a panel at the same time. So what happened on Fantastic's panel?
Man, it was so fucking much, bro. Cocaine would probably have a little bit more energy to explain this shit. But basically, you had a bunch of females that were allowed to come up on a panel, completely fucking disrespect men, completely shit on fucking Kobe Bryant, and completely fucking disrespect that fucking man's name in the name of fuck all black men, and then do it with no fucking opposition in a goddamn man space.
Oh,
That
God.
shit was a goddamn fucking disgrace. You basically gonna allow fucking men to have both fucking hand tied behind their fucking, and Fantastic is my fucking guy, bro. But that shit was a fucking disgrace.
Well,
Fantastic.
black men are rising up against
Say it ain't
that
so.
thing with Kobe.
Man, that shit was a GC, bro. For fucking 5 fucking hours, it was basically men getting punched in the fucking face while their
God
fucking
damn it.
hands were tied behind their fucking back.
All right. I'm gonna hit Fantastic in the back chat. You see, I spend I spent a large part of my day putting foot to ass, particularly on these dark skinned bitches, and to create a momentum of shoving foot in ass. And this is what happens. Ah, God damn it! Now the whole momentum is broken.
Man, that shit made my heart hurt, bro. Man, that real talk, that shit made me like, man, I'm about done with the manosphere, bro.
The whole thing with Kobe and Gayle King, the black men are rising. Why? Kobe had appeal to all of us black men, from the dustiest street dude to the most professional bougie black men. When Gayle did what she did, all of us rose up.
Yeah.
That's good. And I would say, and I'm gonna say this.
The pygmies. The pygmies rose up too. Salute to them.
And I'm gonna do it like they did in the old Western movies. Charge!
I mean, you know what? What my man Pitmaster said, he made a lot of money. That's why, man. I'm good with that. But then let's just call this shit for what the fuck it is, man. You know, I was proud of you, brothers. I've been in the manosphere for a few years, man. I'm a vet in this shit, and I've seen this. You know, I've seen the round of of BGSs and Obsidians, and I thought this round of black men was going to be the change. This was the Manosphere 3.0. These young brothers here are gonna pick up this mantle and stop this bullshit. And today fucking showed me, man, that you know what, man, this shit is just about motherfuckers ain't got no fucking character, man. If the fuckery and the bullshit, you will allow fucking black men to be fucking disrespected in their fucking space if you pay enough fucking money, man. And that shit don't sit right with me. I'm a man of fucking character, bro. That shit don't sit right with me, man.
Before we go into that, talk to Fantastic first and see where he's coming from. Because
man, I got fucking kicked off the panel, which I'm not mad about, but I'm saying if it were another man kicked off the panel, I defended other men before that. But I'm like, you gonna let these motherfuckers come in a man's space and be disrespectful as disrespectful as they were, unabashed, but you kicking men off. Like, that's bullshit, man. That's fucking bullshit. And I'll tell him, and he's still my dude. But that was bullshit. And they allowed to just overtalk these fucking dudes. It was a complete fucking disgrace, man. That shit. Wow, bro. That's just me.
Complex, what's on your mind? Did you see the Fantastic thing, bro? Oh no, you were on with me, right? Yeah, you were on with me.
Yeah. I'm sitting here with my daughter right now, but no, I was just kind of listening. And no, I was on with you.
Yeah. So I had a stream going on at the same time, but
well, let me just GC, let me clear up something real quick, man. The whole Manosphere 3.0. Was that?
Right quick, the cold part was my stream was about foot and ass. My stream was about the continuum of foot and ass. And then, damn, that just breaks the, Go ahead, Complex.
I was just gonna say, man, I just want to kind of put this on the record anyway. The whole Manosphere 3.0 thing, that's a Black Brain Trust creation. And it kind of had more of a specific angle to it, and it largely had to relate to like a new realm of activity in Black YouTube as it related to fourth industrialization. That we literally have a hangout. I think it's episode 181. I think it is on the Brain Trust, where we literally explained what Black Manosphere 3.0 was, right? So I just want to kind of clear it up because we put that terminology out there and we gave it a very specific definition. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to kind of state that because we were the ones who did put that lexicon out there.
Okay, fair enough. You basically said, I thought we've been at this 2.0 shit. So
we invented this 3.0 shit. The actual term as we coined it is what we created. But however the people are, I don't know.
Oh, and by the way, because I know the dude is in the chat, I did coin jawline nigga. So that
was GameChanger.
Yeah. Just so you know where it came from, I am the origin of all jawline niggas of the world. Even though I'm not one. But so Jessica, you was on Fantastic shit earlier, I'm assuming. So, what's your thoughts on that?
I was in and out for a bit because it got a bit tiresome hearing the same things over and over. So basically it was a panel about colorism. So it was a dark-skinned women's panel about colorism. Me personally, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad of an idea when you're getting to hear the things right out of the horse's mouth, so you can see for yourself that, the sort of crap that they talk. There's nothing wrong with putting that on the show.
Are you serious?
I don't see anything wrong with that.
If there's
of course you don't, man.
That makes me want to.
You know what? You just lost respect right there, bro. Whatever, man.
Come on.
If there's anything that makes me want to vomit,
anybody that fucking watched that had half a brain could see that shit was a disgrace. Women
bitch about whether or not how they should be chosen by men. I find the whole concept of that to be gross and disgusting. Fuck what women think about how we should choose them. We should decide how we choose them and what we choose them for, regardless of whatever
Agreed.
color they are or whatever creed or background or religion. Fuck that. You don't get to dictate to a man what he decides is beautiful to him and gets his dick hard. And men,
So
you guys have got to push back against that. You
Men
got
are
to push
men
back against
first.
that.
so fellas, y'all want to hear my pushback? Here we go.
Yes.
Because her name is Mammy. It's Mammy. It's Mammy. She's coming from Miami. She's coming from Miami. Miami. Mammy is her name. And it's real fucking lame. But for others to blame that her looks are a shame. Because her name is Mammy. It's Mammy. It's Mammy. She's coming from Miami. Because her name is Mammy. It's Mammy. It's Mammy. She's coming from Miami.
Who
That's what I have
came
to
up
say
with
to that.
that?
Look, we all
original. Hold on, bro. It is a Game Changer original. Another Game Changer original is she's pretty and smart and good at heart. She's light skinned.
Light skinned dip.
Yeah, her hair is clean. Her eyes are green. She's light skinned. You know, no tattoos or attitude. She's light skinned. I am the author of that song too. And my first hit was "And If I Ever Fall in Love Again, I will be sure that the light skin. And if I ever
fall.
my shampoo, I will be sure that the comb goes straight through.
Oh wow!
Yes.
And you know what, GC?
What's up?
And what's so crazy when it started, you know how I already kind of get riled up, when I think I see the shit coming,
Kinda.
and it's so crazy because I saw, what I fear now is Fantastic's channel has now it belongs to the Daggle now, because you've basically told them that I will allow you to come on my channel, abuse the very fucking men that helped build this fucking channel. Like, I mean, it just sets a fucking precedent, man. It's over now.
Mm-hmm.
You basically said that I will allow you and come over here and punch niggas in the face. So now the Daggle has seen that, and they're gonna. There is no fucking, when you're fucking nice and you don't call out that bullshit, they're going to take advantage, exactly like they did. And he kept saying, hold your fucking smoke, and it got worse and fucking worse. And then you guys get fucking mad at me when I bring the smoke, and I'm trying to fucking protect you, man. I'm trying to fucking protect you, man.
I get it, Keith. I just want some balance and some input.
There is no fucking balance. The other fucking side is fucking insane.
Keith, I'm not gonna let it get out of hand. I don't know what happened today, but I don't let this shit get out of hand. You know that by now. So come on now. But
man, I thought Fantastic would never. That's Fantastic, nigga. Fuck these bitches, Fantastic, bro.
BABG.
Come on, man. If any fucking body.
All right. Hey, bro. I'm gone.
So, Kales,
Thanks
what's
for
like?
coming on the panel.
Yeah, thanks for coming on the panel.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm out.
All right, appreciate you, bro. Welcome back.
All right, now.
But nah, I don't play that trying to dictate what my dick takes. Nobody can dictate what my dick takes. Period. What's going on, Kales?
Yeah, but I was just gonna say, I was so freaking upset. I promise you. Like, I literally had to take a nap. I mean, I was gonna take a nap anyway, but like, I couldn't even stomach the rest of the stream. And I kept telling, first of all, I told them, I was like, how are you gonna come on a black man's channel and disrespect him? That was one. Two, Fantastic. Please do not let them call black men gay.
They were calling black men gay? Was that some
shit? Calling niggas pedophiles and all kind of fucking shit, man.
God damn it.
Fuck out of here with this shit, man.
All right, Kels, my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kels.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, the entire panel was problematic. And I mean, I like some of the women that were on there. However, the talking points, I cannot subscribe to that. I clearly denounced everything that they were saying because, I mean, the mere disrespect, not allowing the men to speak, not allowing the channel, the content creator to speak.
Keith
I mean,
gets a lot of
Hold on,
slack.
Uru. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kels. You were
no,
saying
I was going to
not
speak. I was going to
Go ahead,
speak
Kels.
on about Keith as well. Keith and I are kind of like in similar categories when it comes to like trying to stand up for what's right and kind of like put certain talking points on our back and kind of go at people. He does it his way, I do it my way, obviously, but at the same time, I think that it definitely needs to be or should be recognized and respected because if you have one person who, and I'm not saying that Keith is always right, but at the same time, he stands for something and he doesn't back down on whatever it is. And I just think that we should really kind of make a little bit more room for that. And especially me hearing that he got kicked off the panel today, and the fact that he got kicked off the panel, but you let the boomer talk about she doesn't care about data. Like, I don't understand how you can quote statistics, but then you hear, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Black Guru, don't pay attention to that. You're not a boomer. But what I'm saying is that you let that lady just disrespect data. Like, how do you disrespect data and just say she doesn't care? And then someone else was called a liar. A liar. Like, you're a liar. You're a liar. That's all I kept hearing.
She was fucking calling Fantastic a liar too, bro.
Like, here's the thing.
So y'all know, Kels and right quick, Black Guru, I promise I get to you.
I'm done with this shit, bro.
Keith and Kels, yeah, y'all should be, y'all like the perfect online couple, Keith and Kels. But anyway, y'all know my strategy. I like to give motherfuckers all the rope they need to hang themselves, and then just drop the chair. Could it be that he was doing that? Like,
No, bro.
Okay.
No.
That's what I was getting from it.
No,
Of course you are getting that from this. Of course you are.
Oh my God, no! Because first of all,
for them to hang, there would have to actually be some consequences to what they were doing. See, here's the problem that most men have when they're dealing with women. There's a presumption amongst men of a certain level of fairness and decency, in some cases decorum, in which women don't necessarily exhibit, particularly when they disagree with you. When women disagree with you, all respect, all regard, all any sense of fairness or decency very often is totally just thrown out the window. Just like when you're having a disagreement with a woman, and then next thing you know, she says something about your mother, because she knows that's going to be particularly offensive and wounding to you. And so what I observe on the manosphere, and I observe it in real life, where men very often go into interactions with women and they presume there's going to be a certain level of respect, and the women just totally piss all over that. And then, because the men usually want to regain or maintain some type of order, they'll kind of, okay, maybe we can be fair and be whatever. But the women don't care about that. And in fact, they actually use that and leverage that against men. And that's what was happening in Mr. Fantastic's stream. That they were actually using his actual fairness and his desire for people to want to be heard, and probably some some chivalry towards the women. They used all that shit against him, big time, and they will
Now,
always do
let me
that.
just say this.
And because they will always do that, they will always maintain a certain advantage rhetorically.
Let me just say this. There's no, like, I know when you all are using a woman for a case study, right? So you give her enough rope to hang herself. But when you deliberately say, okay, guys, you're going to come up one by one, you're going to get 5 minutes each to ask the ladies questions, and we have to move through because we got some guys in the back waiting. And I'm kind of like in the chat, like, okay, guys, please don't disrespect them, da 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 da. There was this one guy who pops off in the chat all the time, like bitches, hoes, whatever. He got on the panel. I didn't even know it was him. He was so respectful. And then one of the chicks hauls off and calls him gay because she did not subscribe to what he was saying. That made me so mad. I just that like
This was on
Guru
Mr.
was saying.
Fantastic's panel?
Yes.
What the hell? Okay.
And I don't know.
But
Go
that's
ahead.
my point. They don't have a sense of fighting fair, right? You think you're going to have a discussion about the facts and about what's actually relevant to what's being discussed. That's how men typically think. Even if they're going to debate, even if they're going to strenuously disagree, it's usually based on something relevant to the discussion. But the women will pull anything and everything into it just to wound you,
And
just to to inflame you, and there's no chill in it at all, none
yes,
whatsoever.
yes. And here's the thing. I like Fantastic. Everybody likes Fantastic and everything. And this is basically my comments are just based off of observation. But let me just say this. I don't give a damn like how many subscribers you have, what your level or position is in the political arena, how many Breakfast Club donkey of the days you've been. Respect is respect. And I'm talking about Shirley and I'm talking about Rashida. Those two were prominent figures on the panel. I hope that allotment was not made based on who they were, because that is going to be problematic on its face. But again, I don't care who you are. You can't come on my panel and disrespect my day ones. That is like, nah. That is so, I don't even know the word.
At some point, men are going to have to be willing to say the exactly or the equivalent of, I don't give a damn if you're dark skinned. I don't give a fuck. We all have to compete on some level. We all have some sort of shortcomings. Some of us are nearsighted. Some of us are short. Some of us have buck teeth or missing teeth or whatever. I mean, we all have something that we can think makes us less than someone else.
Oh my God.
About skin tone? This whole thing is about skin tone?
Get over it.
Yes.
You got to get over it. And you're not going to use that to handicap yourself in dealing with, or to handicap me in dealing with you. Black men have got to stop that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, come on, my complexion, you know how hard I have it, be with me. And like I told them, I'm like, you can't strong arm a man into being with you. If he doesn't want to be with you, he doesn't want to be with you. That's it.
And doing everything they can to make sure, like, it's almost like if you felt that strongly, it would be different if you were doing the things that these men are asking you to do, right? Then you would have an argument. But you're telling them I wanted you to force me to be with you, but I'm just gonna make your life fucking miserable through and through. This shit doesn't sit well in your fucking stomach. Like, these motherfuckers are calling you gay and pedophiles, and they don't owe you shit, and all this shit at the same time telling you that you owe it to you to be with them, man.
Oh, and black
then
women
behind
work
your
so
back,
hard.
and then behind your back, they're sneaking around and fucking white and Mexican guys.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, why are they going to make you feel guilty about your mating choices and your sexual choices? But because it's the easiest thing in the world a woman can do is get fucked. So they can just go and do with whatever, whomever they choose, and then, and in some cases, even procreate with these people, and then come back and then condemn your mating choices.
And that's what's perfect, bro, because on that
I don't
very
understand
fucking
why men tolerate that.
and on the same fucking panel, one of the most boisterous ones, she's dating a fucking light-skinned dude. After that was said, not anything that bitch said should have been taken with any sort of fucking serious, but we still give these motherfuckers air. And then people get mad at me. Man, come on, man. Like, this fucking world is insane. We're dealing with fucking insane people.
Hey,
but we gotta let them finish. Just let them finish. Just let them finish. Let them finish punching in the face while hold your fucking hand.
Hey, so
I really don't.
Let's. Anybody got a good timestamp? Because it's 5 hours long, and I was trying to find.
God damn it, Game Changer! It was the whole goddamn stream.
Just go in the middle or something.
Yeah, it was.
It was the whole goddamn stream from start to fucking until I fucking ended it.
I didn't see the whole thing, but I dipped in and out, and that's what was going on.
Let's have a listen at the middle. We can hear you, Flit. Let's have a listen at the middle right quick. All right, hold on.
Who is that? Okay, sorry.
The dark skinned girl doing how she reacting to it. That's not a preference. That's a psychosis. Well, but hold on, baby. I don't think that's happening. Hold on. Hey, y'all niggas like the stream. I only got half of y'all hadn't even liked the fucking stream, man. Barely. I like the stream, bro. I got 300 motherfuckers in. I don't even got 200 likes, bro. Please give me up to 250, bro. We ain't going nowhere. We not continuing this shit. You niggas like the fucking stream, bro. All right? Ain't no more words gonna be said. We can shut this bitch off today. Like right now, you niggas don't like the stream. Like the fucking stream, bro.
They didn't like it because they were in shock.
I need to go like the stream.
See how you demand? They like the stream. Why can't dark skin women? Hey, what are you doing? Look at him. I got niggas calling me bread. They can't even like the stream because dark skinned women up here. You see that?
Oh my! Oh shit!
Go what? Like this?
Oh shit! Oh god!
They sound like witches. They sound like witches.
But they even said light-skinned women are ratchet.
Pay for your abuse. Like the fact that I'm letting these bitches come on here and abuse you.
She said they can't like it because dark skinned women on it. Okay. Oh, it was ours.
Hilarious. Thank you for that. Whenever we can go on, I'm gonna move on to my second point before you swap me out. All right. Yeah, just like it or like it. One of the two, goddamn it, just hit the drop in front of the fucking thumbs, one of the hands, nigga.
I think that's Jesse.
Get up my hand down, motherfucker. Like this shit, man. Oh my god. I need 13 more likes, goddamn it. Like the fucking stream.
All right, come on now.
Like the stream.
I'll go a little further. Unless we go.
There's no evidence of colorism and darkism existing before the invaders came in. There's none. So the original place of the black man is with the dark-skinned black woman anyway. No, y'all still have
invaders
that are trying to get me.
This is spectacular.
But what about the Africans that were mating with and fucking the white guys who were slavers? What about those women?
Well, that was after
those are invaders.
Yeah, that was the invaders.
Oh, those are invaders. Okay.
So basically, what she was saying.
So prior to that point, they loved. So prior to the invaders, they loved black men, right?
But it's weird because I mean, like when everybody was pitch black. Nobody had a problem with colorism. Like, what the fuck?
Right. But then as soon as the white man showed up, they started fucking them.
This is spectacular.
So how much did they really love the black man?
Well, and we're the light skins are the ratchet. She said light skinned women are ratchet.
Well, y'all know how I feel. She's light skinned.
Light skinned it.
Oh, nobody's trying to get me.
No, it's light skinned it.
You are being chosen. It's a lie. You're trying to say that you're not being chosen because you're dark. That's a lie. Guys are choosing you every day. And if you guys made a dating profile, 6 more likes. Hold on. Y'all niggas hush. Hush, niggas. Hush. I need 2 more likes.
Really?
We can do it. 2. All right, let's go. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, what I'm saying is a lie because
all of you, if you made a dating profile, and even in your real life, there are men that are hitting on you all the time, and you're getting male attention. So it's a lie saying that guys don't like dark-skinned women. You're lying because men are trying to get with you all the time. So it's a lie.
And then there was silence after that.
Are you all not?
What kind of attention, though? Because
what kind of attention? And but it's now changed the game again.
We have
See what they do?
A lot more BS in the so-called attention that we're getting, though.
What BS?
Yeah. Because there may be guys that are getting with us and they're looking at us like, oh, she's dark skinned, she's gonna be an easy mark, you know, for me to sleep with.
So she just made some shit up.
I'm telling you guys have said it on forums. You basically said it, you know, in the public eye that you thought what you thought about dark skinned women and that we were just, you know, good for the, you know, pump and dump, basically.
Well, that
what guy said that?
That's women in general.
She's equating what guys are saying on YouTube and here on the guys that are actually interested in them hit. They just are liars, bro. Like, it's crazy.
So let me get this straight. People who talk about pump and dump, and as y'all know, I'm not really an advocate for pumping and dumping. I don't really understand why guys like that exist, but because why not fuck twice? It's weird.
Pump and dump is actually not exactly just pumping and dumping. It means you're fucking a woman and not being serious about it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're just having a one night stand and you're never seeing her again.
Okay, fair enough.
But would you want to stay with her?
Well,
I would rather pump and dump her than stay with her.
I mean, I wouldn't even approach her. I mean, she wouldn't even be on my radar of fucking all.
Yeah, I mean, Rashida, I don't know, man. I tried to support her, but I don't know who that is talking, but
I mean, you can tell in her real life she's fucking insane.
Well, Rashida's one of the worst people alive, so you know that it would make sense if she's.
Who are we talking about here?
Well, Rashida Strober is some chick, some dark black.
I think she was on O'Shea shit, right? She's like on this whole colorist kick.
Yeah, she is. She's one of those.
She's certified nuts. She's certified nuts. I've seen her. She's certified nuts.
Yeah, they all kind of fucked up. I agree. Yeah, fucking dark black bitches. You know, and I'm not talking about you regular dark skinned chicks. I'm talking about you colorist bitches who trying to use it to leverage penis out of me.
Wait a minute. There's a comment in the. Oh, sorry. Never mind.
No, go ahead. What you say?
Never mind. I see it. I'm sorry.
What? There's a comment somewhere?
No, you have it on the screen. I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah. Apparently he called him gay. I guess you said penis. I say penis all the time. I don't know, but I have to see the context of that.
What's up, GameChanger?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
I was thinking, I saw you, Keith, earlier, man. You was filming on it. You was filming in the chat, man. I was watching you.
Huh?
Okay, can we press play?
Yeah. Hold up.
Okay.
Approaches you.
Well, what I'm saying is we do have to look out for that. That is one element that we do have to look out for.
And there's other elements that we have to look out to. None of y'all mentioned, and that's the ABCD.
Like what?
Like the ABCD boys. How can some of the sisters know you ain't an ABCD brother?
Oh Lord.
Oh my God.
How can anybody know that? Like, why is that a uniquely dark-skinned problem? Oh God. Okay.
By where we're from, we're not getting chosen.
I am not ABC.
Okay, we are getting chosen. But what if? Man, this motherfucker's are full of shit.
She backpedaled though.
Okay, let's continue.
No. White people are competing for our brothers as well. Trying to do is say that men are trying to get with her. Hold on.
We're gonna address that.
Why can't I be a real issue? That's a real issue. I don't care if you get mad or not.
Hold on, Miss Shirley. I gotta. Hold on. Shout out to Kenneth Wright, man. I'm sorry I didn't highlight Kenneth, but I got you, bro. Kenneth Wright with the $10 super chat. 78% of athletes go broke trying to take care of the black community. All right, the Better Society for $5. This is how aggressively the activist lady speaks. No femininity. There's a problem with the black woman. Lord Jesus. Let me see what's next.
White skin women have no problem with her. What that lady?
Go ahead.
On CNN, y'all don't got no problem with their light skin ratchets.
Listen
to what he said.
Hold on.
Light skin ratchet.
Hey, hold on. I gotta call it money. The people giving their money. I gotta respect the money, man. Black women being
gotta respect the money.
having celebratory posts on social media when they get white men. Black men are shamed for it on social media. Thank you, Leo Anthony. Who else you got?
And this is the fantastic biggest paid show.
I'm taking my talents to non-black men. Shout out to Tyrone, man. Tyrone was a $2 holler. And hold on. Oh, my man Ramil. Where Ramil at? Where you at, Ramil? Hold on.
All right, so yeah, that's a thing. Any thoughts?
I mean, I just noticed too, like, you know, it gets done to me a lot. Anytime a nigga was about to build some energy, the motherfucker always gets like, there's never an interruption when motherfuckers are allowed to spew all that bullshit. But then as soon as the response comes, just hold on for a second. That shit is so fucking frustrating, man. That's what I mean about holding your hands back again. You know, motherfuckers just allowed to say all this shit, and then as soon as motherfucker go to respond, he got to hold it on for a second. It's almost like you're fucking up a boxer's energy. You see what I'm saying? It's almost fucking, you know, you're fucking up his inertia. It's almost like you're handing the fuck. This might as well give the fucking port away, man.
So,
maybe this is just
5 minutes. And she brought up like the ABCD. And first of all, it was really off topic, but she brought that up. And it's like he only has 5 minutes. That's a huge topic.
That's what I was. That is when I went off. Like if you look at the comments or whatever, everybody was going off. And then if you can hear the guy's voice, hear his tone, is kind of like he was just really frustrated. He was trying to respect Fantastic at the same time by not going off on her, because that is the guy that typically does in the chat.
You know, with respect to, you know, I'm a subscriber, but with respect to Mr. Fantastic, I mean, I just think he engaged in some gynocentric bullshit right there. And here's the thing, like I said earlier, you know, when you're disagreeing with women, particularly on any sort of emotional or sensitive topic, you know, they're not going to play fair. You know, so it's nothing for a woman to grab out of her ass whether or not someone is in the alphabet community on something that's wholly unrelated to what you're discussing. They have no problem doing that. So you go into these discussions and debates with them totally one-sided. It's like you're going into a boxing match with somebody who has a gun, because they're not going to play fair. You know, and it just always is interesting to me why you think you're going to have a discussion with these women on that particular subject, and anything is going to actually come of it. You're not going to be able to cure their sense of insecurity. There's nothing you're going to be able to say. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to cure that problem for them. There are dark-skinned women in America. They're going to have to do some things probably that other women are not going to do in order to be able to compete. That's just the way it fucking is. It's the same way for black men. It's the same way for short men. I mean, that's just the world we're in.
True.
And we have
it's actually more like
we allow them to think that they don't deserve to have to deal with their issue like we have to deal with our issue.
Hey Keith, did you come on after this? Because I
came in like at the very end, bro. But I wanted to piggyback. Actually, it's more like the referee checking both boxers' gloves. One dude has fucking bricks in his gloves. The other one dude has regular gloves and points out, "Hey ref, this dude has fucking bricks." And the ref's like, "Nah, it's good. Go fight."
Yeah. I mean, and we just allowed them to do it in what's supposed to be the manosphere. Shouldn't men actually have the advantage in this area?
Insane.
Right.
Well, okay, so let's give Fantastic some credit, because he was able to bring all these dark-skinned chicks on a thing and let them air their thoughts. So we do have.
Of course, they're going to show up. You great. You allow an open forum to fucking abuse black men without cam up, without paying. Of course, they're going to fucking come on.
Yo, Keith, let me ask you something. Would it be interesting as a content creator? Would it be interesting if you have the light skin versus the black skins in a future show?
Say what?
Would it be interesting to have the dark skin versus the light skins on a future show.
I mean, not
talking
really.
about
I
women?
mean, I
Building for
honestly,
that.
I don't really like the fuckery, man. I honestly like, despite what crazy ass Jessica thinks, I actually like a good conversation. And you guys already know when we get into a good conversation, I fucking troll because they fucking troll. And I control better because I'm smarter than them. And Jessica, I don't give a fuck. All right? That's not the fucking point, you daggle. That's why I don't. You are exactly who I thought you were. We black fucking men had to listen to getting kicked in the fucking teeth for 6 hours fucking straight. God damn it. I don't give a fuck about what I said. They were completely fucking out of pocket. So I said what I had to say because everybody else was too fucking coward to. And you know what? I'll take them fucking hits. I've been taking hits for the fucking black manosphere since and every fucking thing I've been telling you Negroes come true. So I don't give a fuck about what you got to say.
You know,
I am always fucking right, man.
The Gayle King thing should be proof to black men that, these women are not going to fight fair. They're not going to be decent with you or towards you on these issues. They're going to take any and every advantage they possibly can. They're going to circumvent you directly. They're going to circumvent you indirectly. They're going to lie to you, pretend to you. They're going to go to the white man to get an advantage over you. I mean,
Do you see this shit with Jessica, right? I didn't say I didn't get kicked out for no reason. If a disrespectful chick who's allowed to come in here and say the shit that she says didn't get kicked out, I am a part of the manosphere. If any other, you know what? I defend other brothers. So don't bring this shit like I do this shit. I take hits for other fucking brothers, bitch. So don't come in here acting like I'm selfish with this shit. Just like you fucking act like I'm making it personal about you. I'm fucking consistent. Me and Obsidian is cool. I don't win at Obsidian. I don't win at fucking O'Shea. I don't win at fucking Steve the Dean. Nigga, I fucking stand on my fucking square. Don't ever fucking accuse me of being unfair. I stand on my fucking square and stand on principle, but I'm surrounded by a world full of fucking cowards who don't have any goddamn principles, or their principles can get bought. Nigga, I built myself. I don't give a fuck about what any of these motherfuckers think. Real talk. This shit is enjoyable. I love the stress. I love the argument. I've been honest about that. But I want fucking brothers to fucking win. It is a fucking disgrace. Brothers have been kicked down by every other fucking people. This manosphere was created as a space where brothers can share their own fucking ideas, their own way. And they're constantly being told that they got to talk a certain way. They're constantly being told, take this punch in the face while I hold your fucking arms. The shit is fucking wrong. I call shit out when it's fucking right, man. Period. So stop with that bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to win fighting fair with these women. You're not, because they're not going to fight fair with you. They're going to flag your channel, whatever. There is no clean way to do this, guys. I guess that's the way. That's what I would say. You're going to have to bloody these chicks up some.
They're emotional, man. They're not logical. They're not thinking the same way as men does. So to be in this,
they're going to do whatever they can to stop you. They are.
All right, let me hit the play button, y'all. I'm starting at the end, so I can see Keith's input.
Assassinating the dudes who are not doing what they want to do. Lastly, because I'm going to drop off, when it comes to the colorism thing, look, I understand what women are talking about, but I can't participate because it seems like a never-ending war. It seems like even if we fix that, even if brothers like myself wrestle all the brothers to do exactly what you want, it seems like there will always be an excuse for another issue. Like nothing gets fixed. And it's like I made the point to a Strober, if you got up here and you got women calling women pick me, just like brothers, y'all can't fix that. Oh, well, that's different. That has nothing to do with colorism. Yeah, but it's a concern we brothers have. We want to protect the 20% of women that are riding with us. But y'all only have an issue with black women calling each other pick-me's because we're calling out the women that's sitting up here giving you guys passes for making these types of colorist remarks.
Oh God! All right, this is gonna get worse. But let me just highlight what just because I see where she's getting at. Yeah, Keith. So it does look kind of London, like the cars is on the wrong side and shit. Yeah.
Y'all missing the point that I even asked. Y'all still don't know me, man.
I know you. I've just said it looks kind of London.
The whole point is respect. That's the whole point of the cam up. I don't give a fuck what she really look like. I want to see how much longer you coming up in the men's space. If you tell me you understand why the men created this space and then don't understand why a motherfucker would ask you to cam up, if you can't put that two to two together, there's a principle to this shit.
I'm a fat woman from Alabama.
I don't give a fuck what I said. I do it to trigger and troll you.
You are not
I do it to trigger and troll
okay?
you.
Just get over it.
I do it to trigger and I really don't give a fuck about you. Do you really think I give a fuck about you?
Isn't that
I am always right. I am always right.
Because I just proved you wrong.
Dumb bitch. I already told my friends who know me what the fuck I was doing.
What
Dummy.
are you doing? You're just making.
I told you what I was doing. Dummy, you always talking. You always fucking talking. Do you want to know why I asked you to do it?
You're always talking.
Do you want to know why I asked you to fucking do it, or do you not want to know?
Why?
Okay. The reason I asked you to do it is because it is the entry fee. It is the sign of respect. Women have completely fucked over guys. All right. And so they've created their own fucking space. Now you're invading that fucking space. So you have to give something up. Okay. You're not fucking those. You have to give something up. The cam is your version of giving something up. It's your version of when you fucking approach a dog to fucking show that I'm friendly, you put out your hand. And that open hand says fucking friendly. That's your fucking cam. You stand behind cam tells me you're trying to hide something. So you're not trustworthy. And if you're not fucking trustworthy, as much shit as we've seen from our fucking women, you get no fucking air in this space. The cam up shows that you're fucking, you know what? When I have a woman come to my house, I'll tell her to bring something. Hey, bring a bottle of wine. I got fucking bottle of wine. I don't give a fuck about the wine. The whole point of her bringing the wine is saying I'm bringing something to invest something. Okay? It doesn't matter what I ask her to fucking bring. Now, if she asks me why I fucking need it, that already tells me the fucking type of woman I'm dealing with. I'm fucking smarter than you.
Yeah.
But all you people see is surface shit. But I'm 10 fucking steps down the line. That's your answer.
I've already proved myself to certain people.
Okay, so you still fucking talking. It's always a but. It's always a fucking but.
Because I want to know why. I've shown myself to certain people. I don't need to show myself to everyone.
You don't got to do a goddamn thing. I don't give a fuck, man.
Okay.
Give a fuck what you do.
So Jessica, say your piece, and then I'll play the clip.
No, that's all I wanted to show. Just for
you already told me you were a difficult motherfucker by not doing it. I already knew that about you. That's all.
I have a voice changer. I'm really in America. I have a fake accent. I'm a catfish. Like I
see, she still didn't get it, GameChanger. See how you say let her finish, and I literally told her what I was doing, and she's just repeating the same bullshit.
Go ahead.
I've proved to certain people that I'm not catfish. I've said from the beginning that I'm not camming up to everyone in the manosphere. I'm sticking by that.
We know because you're not going to do what you're asked to do.
Heath, come on.
I don't live in London. I'm from America, so that part I can prove to you. Which I just did. If you want, when I get to work, I'll show you the city if you like. Right?
You still talking about the shit that I just told you wasn't the point.
All right, Keith. Let her rock so I can play this video.
You keep saying let her rock, but she's okay.
No,
that's it, GameChanger. I'm out.
I just literally. So what the fuck was the point of me explaining that shit if she's just gonna keep repeating the same stupid shit?
Have a long run. Let her have a long run so I can get back to the thing. All right, so she's gone. So let me get back to the video then.
Fucking bye. Fucking obstinate ass bitch.
Let me get to the video, man. You Keith. All right, let's go.
I know I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Towards black women. That's the reason why you guys have a problem with the term pick me.
So don't
act like you care about black women, calling each other these names.
Hey, all I'm saying is, back in the day, everybody cared. You guys started attacking. You guys it wasn't good enough. The white woman didn't even want y'all working with them. It was the brothers in the elevators and the janitors begging their white counterparts that don't have jobs. Now it seems like that y'all on point. Y'all went into this thing where y'all get to name call, y'all get to do this, and we brothers don't want to be part of that internal war. We want to fix your own arguments first, and then we'll be part of the colorism thing y'all talking about. But as far as we brothers, when we leave outside of America, race is not a word. Race is an Italian word that they, a slang word that they got called Rossi, that the plantation here adopted. It's not even a real word. So when we black men go outside of America, we got to deal with the caste system. They don't know nothing about y'all American colorism. That's all.
Well, I don't even think the color is the top 5 things that guys are even concerned about. Like, this is what I'm saying. Women aren't even listening to what guys are actually complaining about. Look, I'm a black man. I hang around all black people. I rarely hear a black man say, I don't want this chick because she's too dark. I just rarely hear that. I
hear it all the time. As a matter of fact, I just read it a few times in the chat room.
Check it out.
Wait, let me say this real quick.
In real life, look, men, okay, let's say the whole skin tone thing is like way on the bottom of the list. On the top of the list is cooperation and just getting the woman to be on your program. Let's solve that.
Okay, so looking at the chat room, Jessica says something interesting. Oh, shut up. Because I disagree with this guy calling dark-skinned women burnt hippos. I'm a feminist. As I said before, if that's how your mind works, so be it. Ridiculous. So that was something Jessica said. Let me just go down the comments a little bit. Oh yeah, nobody responded to that. Okay, so, oh damn, everybody left the room. Shit. All right, so let's continue with the thing.
All right, I'm done for right now.
Right, so let me chime in real quick. This whole thing with the whole pick-me thing, what I seen with the pick-me thing is, the second a woman agrees with a man, oh my God, the whole shit fall apart. Y'all don't allow any room for women to align themselves with men at all.
No, because usually it's men downing women for wearing hair weaves, as if black women don't have a right to wear our hair the way we want to. Then there will be some
So basically, according to her, a pick-me is somebody who gives black men what they want. And if a black man says, I don't like this particular thing, and a pick-me says, okay, you don't have to have it, they're shamed for it.
Faith, that's not your hair.
Well, yeah,
I mean, in what kind of bizarre world are we?
I don't deal with we talk about the weeds, and that's the psychosis. Again, that's a whole nother level. That's a whole nother conversation to have.
Right. So what if I just wear platform shoes and pretend to be 6'4"? Is that okay? And then once I get home,
if you want to, that's you. I'm not gonna sit up here and deify you for it.
Well, see, I don't date black women exclusively, so that's not like a problem. Like I don't care about specific issues and shit.
All right,
like
here's
that.
Keith.
A fine woman is a fine woman to me. So
and here's the other thing: how can women complain that they don't have the men that they want when all they have to do is go up to the man that they want? I don't understand that. Now I can understand if you're a man, you're like, okay, I can't get the women I want. Like I keep going up to them and they don't like me. But as a woman, how can you complain that you're not getting the man you want? Like, what are you doing when you see the man that you want? What do you just stand there and look at him and hope that he can read your brain? This is what I don't understand.
It's narcissism. That's it.
You see that man and you claim that you can't get him, but you don't talk to him. Well, yeah, what's going on?
What up, G? And I got to provide some levity. You know, it's This shit is hilarious.
Yo, because hey, let me say this before I leave, Keith. Hey, right now it's gonna be colorist. Next is gonna be featurist. Then you're gonna be a texturist, and so on and so on and fucking so on, man. Like,
but you're right, because the colorism issue to me, it's not just colorism. It's featurism mostly.
Of course.
You know, because a beautiful dark-skinned woman is a beautiful dark-skinned woman. I agree with you on that. But let that dark-skinned woman have a bell pepper-shaped nose and some.
If a beautiful dark-skinned woman is a beautiful dark-skinned woman, then an ugly dark-skinned woman is an ugly dark-skinned woman. And yes, if she has a bell pepper-shaped nose, that is something that's not appealing. Unless you really like bell peppers.
Big lips looking like Fantasia or somebody.
Ugly, God damn it. Tired of y'all complaining. Nigga, after all these
same thing for a light-skinned bitch. If a light-skinned woman got that shit, she gonna be the same.
No, it's not. If the light-skinned woman got the bell pepper-shaped nose, y'all will still say she's
ugly.
Ugly. Hold on, man, I'm out of here, man. This is about reducing options. That's what this is about.
But Faith, we have y'all taking these fucking people serious, man. Girl, I cannot believe y'all taking
light-skinned. What's the fat light-skinned chick name?
Lizzo.
No, the fat light-skinned girl that's on here.
Am I in this conversation, Chris?
Girls, yeah. You got it, bro. Real quick. The Crystal chick, she has all of those things. Everybody thinks she's unattractive. Y'all, that's what I'm saying. She's overweight. She has black features. She has a bell pepper nose. She has big ass lips, and she wears weave. Everybody thinks that she's an ugly, repulsive ass female.
Jessica says big lips are in.
I know.
Big lips are in. I'm a big lip.
I had these soup coolers 36 years running. Shout out to my man. Go ahead and keep going up in there. Keith, hold real quick. Ask a classy black man. Wisdom $10 super chat. Thank you, brother. Great show, but real men bankroll the politic change they want to see. Men have to do more men's rights shows and know the bills they need passed. Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming on. That's Mr. Research. Go ahead, Keith.
Bro, I can't believe we give it all this insanity, all this fucking air. Who gives a fuck? They got all these requirements for men, and men must be nigga dancing throughout our whole life to be competitive with women. And these broads are fucking complaining about childish shit. Now, this is the very definition of whining and complaining. Fucking life ain't fair. Black men gotta fucking compete. Black men gotta run the gauntlet. Black men are too short or too broke or he in jail or he ain't gay or whatever. Yeah, all these fucking things the black man got to fight against. Man, who gives a fuck about your bullshit problem?
I should be able to have spray on abs, man, and get all the attention from women, man. I shouldn't have to work out. I should just be able to spray them on, wear my platform shoes to be taller. That's what it sounds like. If we were to flip the script and guys would start saying the things that girls are saying, that's how it would sound.
Bro, real talk.
And guess what? That would be your choice. I'm not going to sit up here and downgrade you for it, though. And that's what you guys do.
But I'm a good man, though, right? Last 4 hours of this panel. That's the last 4 hours of this panel. You basically, it ain't a bunch of 22-year-old women on this panel, man. It's a bunch of old ass women who made bad fucking decisions, and now the fucking chickens have come home to roost. Fucking deal with it, man. Remember that nigga who bought you a drink in the club who you didn't owe no talk to just because he bought you a drink? Fuck out of here.
It's hard to fake being a good man, but it's very easy to fake being a good woman. That's the issue.
Yeah, but this was gonna happen, bro. They're gonna start a movement. Brothers gonna be shamed into being with black women only, and then they're gonna reduce it again. They're gonna say, "Well, she got European features, or her hair not right," and they're gonna have to keep reducing it down to a specific type of black woman.
We following the bouncing fucking ball. They already had a monopoly on black men.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm not here to police who y'all want.
This is why. Because I can't even.
Okay, so that statement there was a deliberate momentum stopper. Keith, you jumped the gun on when it's not an actual momentum stopper, but that one was. That one was a definite momentum stopper.
Let me get my sentence out. Y'all
okay, go ahead.
Y'all talk for 4 hours. All right, y'all black women had a monopoly on black men. The internet changed this. You fucked up. It's like the Globetrotters playing that bullshit team they play up 100 points. You blew a 100-point lead.
The
Sure
Georgia
did.
But
Jewish.
if you so happy where you're going, why do you guys feel the need to turn
Because
around
I
and
can
start
still get on here and
downgrading
talk.
the
Here's the
women that
thing.
you claim
Here's the
you
thing.
don't want?
Okay. Is that a question that you actually want to answer to? Hold on. I got this. Hold on. I got this. Is that a question that you actually want to answer to? Because that
I want to
question
know
has
why
been.
you do it. If you're so happy where you're at, why do you have to turn around to Faith and Rashida and all the rest of us dark-skinned women and tell us that we ain't shit?
This is why you're not chosen, because you don't know when to shut the fuck up.
Well,
That's
I
the
wasn't
problem.
finished. I wasn't finished with my
Well,
sentence.
first of all, you cut me off. First of all, you cut me off.
Right.
You see what I mean? You guys have zero. You guys have zero self.
Hold on. Let me cut. No, bro. We got money on the table, fam. We got money on the table. We got to acknowledge the money on the table, fam. Again, man. Top W41, bro, with another 50 ball. BAP, I don't know what the fuck you doing, but he's pretty much proving your point. I mean, goddamn, BAP, shit. Thanks, I guess. But go ahead, bro. You got it.
Fuck, I done lost my inertia.
Sorry, bro. Hey, got it, bro.
Right. So wait. Whenever they say that, whenever they say stuff like that, that means they don't want you to talk about them.
Listen, fantastic.
That's all that is.
Listen, I'm so convinced that the black woman can have the whole world if she would just follow the black man. But you got the beauty, you got everything else, your strength and all. Why don't you listen? That's my question. Why does everything have to be your way and your solution? I don't understand. And then you get mad. And look, I just want to say my philosophy on SYSBM, majority of those men, I guarantee you they were going after dark-skinned black women before the other races of women. And what happened was they didn't match up to what that woman wanted. He got rejected, and now he's like, well, why am I going to deal with these black women for now? Like, how can you blame the man who does that?
Black men have been chasing after light-skinned women since I was in grammar school. Yes, you have. And then you graduated from the light-skinned women. The light-skinned. Hold on, now you're talking over me. That's when you had your chance. Now you're talking over me. Now you're talking over me, though. Okay, so now should I call you uneducated and wretched? Should I say you're uncivilized? Uncivilized behavior. Look at this black male uncivilized behavior. You cannot even let me finish my sentence.
This is why you cool.
All right, right quick, people. How much of an insult is it to be called uneducated? Like, is that like a really bad thing? Like, yeah, I didn't go to college. Instead, I learned a particular trade that has made me very wealthy. Like, why is it like the greatest insult ever from a black woman? You are uneducated. It's like, oh, so? Like, not everybody goes to university. And not everybody who goes to university actually do shit with it. They just write stupid articles on Divine Dark Skin and they become cat moms. But I digress. Let's see.
This is why you go light-skinned bitches don't
and not just you uncivilized. All light-skinned men are uncivilized because of you. Because of you, all light-skinned men are uncivilized.
Yeah, man.
I'm saying, wait. Why is everybody able to have
motherfuckers already?
So it's okay for them to generalize. Because Keith is Keith, all light-skinned man is ... Like, that's okay to say? So if I was to say because Gabrielle Sidibe is fat as hell, all dark-skinned women are fat? Really?
But see, look, Rashida can have a light-skinned man, right? And that's okay. But I can't have a light-skinned woman. I don't understand that. Somebody explain that to me.
I don't care about you having a light-skinned woman. All I care about is you go with your light-skinned woman, do whatever the hell you're gonna do, but don't make a whole damn show about how come you with your light-skinned woman.
Wait a minute, but isn't that what Rashida does? Rashida's not just getting with her light-skinned men and doing what she's gonna do. She does make whole shows about what dark-skinned men do with their penis. Their penis.
because a black woman
No,
hurt
but
your feelings.
no, what I'm saying, Faith. I like dark skinned girls and light skinned. What I'm saying,
Man, no,
she's making a
define yourself.
Now it'd be different if Rashida was only talking to dark skinned men. She's like, okay, I only.
Faith, you married?
I'm sorry, what? I didn't hear.
I said, are you married?
No, not now. My husband is deceased.
Shocking. He fucking checked out fucking early to get away from you.
You know what? I'm not going to talk about that with you. And if this goes down that road, I'm getting off. You're not going to disrespect my husband.
You bitches disrespecting a nigga who just fucking died with his daughter. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, bro.
The shit that I done heard you.
Y'all, fam. Bruh. Come on, man. Bruh, come on, man. I said we weren't gonna have that shit, bro. Faith. I stepped away for a fucking split second. Faith, if you want to come back up, please come back up. Look, man, this is what I be telling y'all niggas, bro. Listen, you can't use this motherfucking, bruh. Y'all niggas just turn this shit into a motherfucking, I don't even know. Alright? Motherfucking fucked up shit was said by other motherfuckers and shit like that. But Faith didn't say it. Faith didn't make no video about Kobe not sharing his wealth and none of this shit and so on and so forth. So you can't use this broad ass shit, bro, to where, you know, fuck. But god damn, bro. Fuck. Give me, bro. Jesus Christ. I can't leave you niggas alone for 5 seconds. But Faith, I truly apologize for that, man. Come on, man. The lady says she lost her husband, her husband's deceased. Don't fucking disrespect. Like, you're doing the same thing to him, a black man that you claim you accused of the bitches of doing to Kobe, man. The man died, bro. You can't say you don't give a fuck about him dying and she told you the man died. So come on, man. There's no point in that, bro. There's no point in that. No, he did not have a point. She told you that her husband was deceased, and then you kicked the shit, and you said he died to get away from you. Come on, man, that's kicking it too far, man. That was, again, I don't see how she's fucking disrespectful. I heard the shit. She didn't say nothing out of line like that, bro. Come on now, shit, fuck. Anyway, man, shit, they all done left now. Anyway, bro, fuck. But hey, on that note, man, it's fucking Sunday. It's been like 5 hours. I gotta eat. I ain't ate since I fucking did the damn thing. Look, man, y'all need to chill, bro. Y'all niggas is like, damn, bro.
All right, so seems like fantastic. It wasn't as bad as Kels and them were describing, but I only heard like clips. Seemed like he did decent. Keith may have been out of line depending on if she was the one that went in on Kobe, on a dead man, a freshly dead person. If she is the culprit of a person and she went hard at Kobe for some shit, then gloves are off. Then
Was that Shirley? Was that Shirley?
Oh, I wasn't looking at the thing.
I have Shirley YouTube channel, and she went against Kobe. I'm not sure if that was her.
Oh, well, if that was her, then yeah. I mean,
I can put in a link. You can look at it.
All right, so yeah, I mean, if that was her, then hey, like I say, if she went after Kobe, then all hands are off, because like the thing, you can't say that, oh, you can't talk about the dead like that, and you just talked about the dead like that, so
it's in a private chat. GameChanger, you see it.
Huh? Okay, cool. Like I say, it depends on what happened in the beginning. I'm not, I'm saying, like, just hearing that part, it sounds bad, but but like I say, if she going off on Kobe the whole time and shit like that, then you play you fire with fire. I mean, shit, I don't give a fuck about that. Like, that is how it is. It actually would be poetic if that were the case. Same mind, Kels.
No, I was just gonna say, you rid of interesting content during the 5-hour stream or whatnot. I was gonna ask if you can rewind it to where you hear Mr. Research speaking, because that was very telling.
All right, Mr. Research, ADOS News. Hold on. Let's see. Because her name is Mammy. It's Mammy. It's Mammy. She's coming from Miami. Oh, here it is.
And they bring their cousins, their mother, and their kids and their children to the table. And American people continue to vote the same people in office. And I'm
But
sorry,
you're blaming government for why black people don't like you. You're blaming government. See, I'm gonna say this and I'm hopping off. That's a deflection. Because at the end of the day, black people don't like black people because of issues with black people. And to bring the government in there, that's just another way to make it what I call a 50-50 argument. It's a way to say, it's not your fault, it's not my fault, it's somebody else's fault. So really, it's just another way to not address the problem. And if nothing changes, nothing changes. Like I said, I would definitely.
And I never said any of that. It was whose fault. I didn't say whose fault. It's their fault.
No, you said it was the government's fault. That's what you said.
The government's fault, but I didn't say black.
No, it's not. It's not.
Hey, one at a time, man. We doing a lot. We're starting to turn into a lot of shouting. I understand this is fucking very, very active discussion, but by all means. Hey, was that your last question, brother?
I'm done. I appreciate you giving me the time.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, there, brother Ed. We got my man Righteous Maurice, and I'm about to bring in Mr. Research. Go ahead.
Hey, I have a couple of questions for the ladies. I only got like 4 questions, but I'll make this really quick. I'm a young, I'm mixed or whatever. I'm African American, Jamaican Indian. I just want to get that out there. I'm light skinned, brother, got dreads, whatever. I play football. I'm in Mass, go to Worcester State, and so I'm in the young crowd. I just want to give you an idea. So I kind of see
fast forward
the effects of what kind of happens
research is here.
Like the young people. And I just want to answer. I just want to get a couple questions because you guys are older. My first question is, when it comes to black women or whatever, why do black women always pass up on good guys, like good brothers, like? And the reason why I'm saying that, just to give you a little throwback, I'm on the football team, and there was this dark skinned chick or whatever, Patrice, on the track team, and we was vibing, everything was good, and she kind of pretty much threw all that stuff away for a dude that was selling drugs. Now I used to tell her, I'm like, yo, Patrice, now I'm not your dad or whatever, and I liked it. Kind of crushed me a little bit because I thought we had something kind of special. And I was just like, yo, Patrice, if you fuck with him, he's gonna eventually start trying to sell drugs out of your dorm. And she didn't want to listen, of course. And eventually, what I said came into tuition. Now she got pregnant by the dude, living with him. And I remember, going to the study hall, and her friends used to kind of not make fun of me, but they'd be like, oh, well, what can you give her? And all type of shit. And they were just kind of trying to make it seem like it's my fault, the reason why she didn't choose me, whatever, just because. The guy was getting money, and he put her in a brand new Infinity and all that. And she was a good girl, you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to ask. That's one of my questions. Is why do what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't think it's all, but I'm just saying, from what I see, even growing up in the Bronx, I see that shit a lot too. They'll choose material shit and fuck up a romantic story, fuck up their own Disney story for some quick paper and a life of always visiting a man in jail or whatever. Even though I don't know anything about Patrice anymore. That's my senior year. But I'm just saying, why do they do that? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, I'll dive in first. First of all, dark skin activism is about. I'm hoping to get young black men like you to stay with black women. So first of all, I want to say I'm very sorry that happened to you. And I also want to say to you to please understand that is just one individual. I know it may seem like, because I've heard that before, that all of the black women or the black women around you are behaving that way.
All right quick. I hate that individual argument. I hate that, you should continue to get rejected until we're tired of rejecting you, is basically what she is implying there. After that one, he has every right to get with any color woman he wants, just like she has every right to get with a drug dealer if she wants. He has every right. If you're going to be a dark-skinned activist and you're trying to reach young people, start with that bitch.
Cocaine's in the back.
Oh, okay. Let me let cocaine in. I thought I clicked her in. All right, there we go. Who just left? Hold on, it was Flick.
Flick, yeah.
Okay. All right. Y'all don't get along, huh? Y'all never on at the same time. All right, let me go. Let me continue.
But I promise you that not all Black women are behaving like that. So what I'm saying is to look at it from that perspective and understand that this is not the behavior of all Black or dark-skinned women. You have to keep, and you also have to understand that, let's say you decide to go with Black women and you jump ship. The women in the other races, they're no different. They're the same. It's the same exact thing that's going on over in those other races. Just study this. Pay attention to this. So
all right, hold on, real quick.
All dark-skinned women are behaving like this. There are some very.
So Zone, is it the same?
What was the question? Sorry, I was paying attention to chat.
So Zone, have you ever was interested in, say, a dark-skinned Asian girl? She says, "No, I'm going to go get pregnant by a drug dealer." Is this something that happens to men of all races?
No. Why the hell would you do that? That's stupid.
Okay, just getting some consensus. She said that it happens to all races. I was just making sure.
Maybe only in the Black community.
That's not all races. That's one race. But yeah, let's continue.
Decent, upright, moral, kind, intelligent, smart, dark-skinned women and Black women out there that want to build and be with a Black man. They love themselves and they will treat you with respect and kindness and the things that you deserve. So don't. You're young. And
Uno challenge. Every time a chick says some shit like that, give her the people listen. Just in case y'all on a panel with a chick like this in the future. Give her the Uno challenge. Challenge her to find one, and within a month's time, get her to agree to a game of Uno on camera.
I don't want to poison.
I'm just gonna my freshman. I met Patrice freshman year, in the States. They're a track Olympiad, through states and stuff, and she kind of was my everything, kind of a little way, because we would train together. I would help her get her shit together on her 40 by 40 time, and then I would help her on her 50 yard run. So we would always train together, and we never really had sex or nothing, but there was definitely a chemistry, and it was strong. And then she just, I don't know.
All right, I'll listen to this later. You're right, Sean.
It was such a good chemistry. I didn't even care about having sex.
Her advice, even at a young age, she still chose the nigga. Everything you said came. I don't know what you believe in or who you believe in.
Maurice, let me also say, Maurice, before you go back in. Fantastic is right on this part, man. Right now, man, you should be out here trying to focus on you and do what you got to do. The problem is most of us brothers are very loving brothers. And when we do have this sympathy for women, we think it's going to be reciprocated. The problem is, Maurice, most of our ladies in America have a plantation mentality. Not all of them, but most of them. And they don't have a culture. You can go to that same school and have a Black girl come from France, and she'll take everything you did totally different because she's indoctrinated with a culture. You'll take a Black dark-skinned woman from Russia. There's a lot of them. She'll come to your same school, and you'll do her that way. You'll get a totally different result. The problem is, brother, is that you're trying to get respect back from a woman who has no culture to understand what that is, because possibly she has not been taught it. So you gotta understand that moving forward. As you deal with chicks, you gotta.
I totally agree with that. Like now that I'm older, this is my senior year, so I'm ready to bounce. I have a semester left, but Patrice, I saw her like maybe after Christmas break, because there's like a Stop and Shop down the street, so I was getting groceries, and like I saw her, and she got the baby and everything. She's still fine, and she came like to the last game, and I seen the guy or whatever, and I'm like, oh my god, like I didn't want to say nothing because I felt like, man, why you come to the football game?
Stop tripping off chicks till you at least 34, man. Stop tripping off chicks. Chicks are not even relevant for you at this point. Go get you some property, some land. You're gonna see 47 different Patrices before you die, bro. Don't get caught up in this one.
No, I know. I'm just trying to tell you, like, I know, I get that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I totally get that. Like, I'm on my grind right now. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, I seen her, and when I seen her, she wanted to say hi to me. But like when she seen hi to me, like I didn't want to say hi to her, but like I was like, no, let me just say hi to her. And then we were talking, but the connection we had was gone. It was more like out of lust. It was more like she was looking at me like, yeah, I fuck now. Like I've been fucking. Yeah, he cheated on me, but like, what's up? It wasn't like genuine how it was freshman year. But moving off that,
about the chick, just like Fantastic said, she did you a favor, bruh. Look, respectfully to you, I'm trying to help you right here by cutting you off. Let that go. Look at it as a learning lesson.
Hey, bro, you said you never even got the draws, bro. Fuck that bitch.
Yeah, I didn't even care about it, but
I got you some property, man. Call that Patrice. Your next property is called Patrice. Go love on her. Property Patrice. Stop focusing on that, man. Let's ride out to something else, brother.
Y'all are right. I agree with y'all. This woman is trash. Okay, she's trash. Forget her. Move on. The problem I'm concerned about, I don't want this young man to look at her as indicative of all dark-skinned women. That's my issue.
I don't know. Like when it comes to dark-skinned women, like I don't say like I won't date any of them, but I'm not dating them right now. Like since I've been in school, like the dark-skinned chicks here have been like weird. Like they all, I don't fuck with them. Like they don't fuck with me.
All these chicks are gonna betray you.
So, like,
all these chicks. It don't matter.
Only girls that have been like kind-hearted to me and like, hey, you need food, or hey, let's go shopping together, or hey, let's study, or whatever, without me even giving them anything, have been Spanish girls and white girls. My girl right now is Spanish.
Don't even get caught up in them. Don't even get caught up in them. She can go left.
That's the problem. That's how a black
she can go left too.
Poison.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, she can go left too, but like she.
Oh, dark skin turn out like that.
I'm not saying that, ma'am. I'm just saying.
This is interesting. Okay, so fellas, why is it that the solution is never be better women? Because her solution, so basically he's in a university, right? One group of women is treating him well, and the other group of women is treating him not so well. And her solution to this problem is to continue with the group of women that don't treat you very well until you find one that does. Could y'all?
That's stupid.
Yeah, could y'all help me with this? Kill
like you.
Well,
Black girl, you want to go?
Well, I mean, it's all part of the plan, right? I mean, for her to have her hot girl summer or whatever, and sport fuck the drug dealer or dope boy, and collect a couple of kids, and then guilt the young Jamaican American brother into helping her make up for her mistake. I mean, isn't that all part of the master plan? They're just trying to encourage him to engage in the master plan, right?
So if you have two buckets of apples, right, and one of them has a lot of rotten apples in it, and the other one has a lot of fresh apples, they want you to just go to the rotten bucket apple and just keep digging through until you find a fresh one?
Well, if you're selling rotten apples, that's what you would do.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Let's
I mean,
continue.
they're selling rotten apples. So, of course, I'm going to try to, as best I can, inflate the value of the rotten apples.
So,
or try to
Right.
dissuade you to think there's some quality to rotten apples that are not apparent to you.
So
You
just
know, I mean,
he's never going to address the young ladies treating, because he's not talking about just Patrice. He's talking about just like collectively they are weird to him when everybody else is nice to him. She's not going to tell them to change that dynamic ever.
No.
It's all about just continue to be with chicks who are okay. All right, let
I
us
mean, the mistake he made, if I were going to be like crass, probably this mistake that's not the correct word. I wouldn't say mistake. But he should have tried to fuck her as soon as possible. Because by not fucking her, he became beta in the way that black women, especially young black women, typically operate.
Okay.
Now, had he fucked her or tried to fuck her very early on, they might have had a very different relationship. And I'm not blaming him. I mean, this is all the psychosis of the modern young black woman. So I'm not saying that he did anything wrong per se. I'm just saying that if he really wanted a chance to have a quote relationship with her, he would have had to fuck her sooner rather than later. And he would have had to have been aggressive about that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let me press it again.
And like she kind of like, all right. So what I'm saying is, it's
as
not
an older man, I want to tell you, you are saying that because you're repeating that as a talking point.
I'm just saying it's not fair as a black man that we don't have our love romantic stories. And sometimes I get jealous because I see white people and Spanish people, they have these stories where they're together.
They have a culture. They have a culture.
Right.
They have culture, sir.
That's why, to me, like, I'm just like, I'm not saying I will never date a black chick, a dark-skinned black chick, whatever. But as of right now, whoever I'm focused on, whoever like me,
Wait, hold on a second. You say all the dark-skinned women on your campus are weird.
Lord. I said,
there you go, fellas. Look out for that tactic. Throwing in the word all and then disproving it by finding the one person that he didn't say all, she did. She's trying to get him to say all so she could later say not all. That's a common tactic that they use. It's one of the very few that they have. All right, let me continue.
Hey, can you hear me?
On my
Kels, what's up?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was just going to actually mention if you can highlight Computer Geek's comment, and then I wanted to add, I mean, Uru, he probably would have had sex if she existed, but the problem is she doesn't exist. We're talking about ghost people. This is a April Mason type of situation here.
Oh, so this guy is just making it. Why would he make up a college story like that?
I don't know. I'm just telling you.
What do you believe it's made up?
Okay, so this guy spent like days on Taz's panel, right? So,
okay,
everything was all good when he started speaking or whatever, but hours into panel discussion, hours into the panel discussion, and then that's when questions started to come at him, and it was just all over the place. So Computer Geek he was also on DJ Kuda's panel as well, and Computer Geek heard him on that. Ty City basically was in Taz's chat too, so he heard that. But again, like, we're dissecting a fake story, even though it may be, helpful, but this is not a real story here.
Oh wow! So should I fast forward this?
That's what I was trying to tell you. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I went to where Mr. Research is at. I mean, let me go a little further.
It's just, I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, he's that dude. Let me go a little further. So what am I looking for with research? Because he's been on for a while.
Poisoning against dark-skinned Black women.
Right, but let me say something. Before we said anything for him. Let me just say this to his brother. Life is a numbers game. And the fact that you continue to revert back to the dark-skinned women on your campus, you need to get off of your campus. You need to find qualified women that are intellectually sound to interact with. If you're just looking for athletic women or Black women on that perspective, I don't agree with you. If you're going to sit back and say, well, that's why I'm hanging out with Mexican and white women, Black women are the best women you could ever want. The fact that you can't be patient enough and go through the numbers game like the rest of us, it's a numbers game. Right? Understand, if you want the best, because you can take the Maria and you can take Becky any day you want. Any day you want. But if you want a woman to build you up and have you,
they come to me like they come.
If you want
they come to me and they treat me like they treat me nice. It's not like I'm.
They treat you nice because they're cultured to do so. They don't have look. Check this out. Chicks who are Black, and I'm just going to prove something real quick. Chicks who are Black, most of them, I always say 80%, don't like the word father, daddy. They don't like that word.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar.
Say that all you want to.
You're a liar. You're lying. You're trying to poison this.
Help me out. Go ahead. Prove that I'm lying.
Don't listen to that, young man.
Prove that I'm lying.
You a good dark-skinned Black woman. You marry her and you take care of her.
No. Don't listen to it. Don't listen.
Terrible.
Don't.
Oh wow! This. Oh shit! Did anybody notice that she was advertising on the basis of nothing? It's like, they're the best. They're the best. Really, they're the best. What?
Nothing.
There wasn't like anything with that. And even if they were the best, according to his story, they weren't available to him. So it's like, we're the best because you can't have us.
Oh, it gets worse.
Like, it really. Okay. Damn. All right.
Black men are
I'm challenging you to prove that I'm lying.
Dark skin, and I love that man to death. Okay.
It has nothing to do with you. My question is about This is the problem that we have. You're trying to drown out what I'm saying instead of
lying. He's attacking. He's trying to make
microphone and watch
white women make these white women look good. You trying to make white
He's not talking about no white women.
You're terrible for doing that. I ain't gonna allow that.
Well, hold on, wait. Let me do this. Caesar, hold on. Wait. I gotta get this money, bro. Gotta get this money out of here. Caesar D for another one, bro. Appreciate you. Maurice, you better turn on that faucet and let that ice water run through your veins when it comes to women ASAP. If you don't, you're a train wreck waiting to happen, brother. This dude needs red pill intervention. I do agree with that, man. Hey, brother, it's cool being you sound like a very kind-hearted, caring individual, bro. But trust me, believe, man, women are gonna see that coming a million miles away, and they're gonna take advantage of it, especially Black women, and even more. Hold on, wait. I ain't said nothing. Now let me finish my piece, man. I'm gonna go to you. Especially of the dark skin variety, man. Dark skin, for whatever reason. Because and I say Rashida or Miss Shirley and Faith, if you disagree, but I'm saying this because they normally grow up impoverished, they grow up less fortunate, they grow up without fathers in their homes and things like this. They're taught to be, as Faith said, the mothers teach them to be opportunists.
That's a lie.
And
I was used by a dark-skinned Black man.
I did not say that. No. I said that mothers perpetuate the colorism.
Okay.
Now, all this extra stuff you're trying to put on me, I did not say that. They did not say that.
But that's a bad habit. Maybe it's not just colorism. Again, when you have these young Black girls who grow up in generations upon generations of poverty, generations upon generations living in government housing, living in Section 8. On welfare and all these type things, and their moms don't have the what's name. They've seen their mama have 8 different boyfriends over like 5 years, some shit like that. and she introduced all of them into the house, and they taking care of grown ass men. They are taught to take advantage and get everything you can get out of a nigga. Now, don't tell me y'all never heard that before.
Not true.
They had a whole.
But you know what? I don't disagree with that. I don't, Rashida. I don't disagree with that because that is a problem in our community and how we are raising our children. We do have some ratchet black women that are raising their children like that.
He's generalizing.
I never said all Rashida, but there is a lot.
I want to have a
black man.
But it's not just dark skinned black women raising the children like that though. You know, that's what I have a problem with. Don't just say it's all black women and don't say it's just dark skinned black women because it's not.
I clearly said I want to get married to a black woman. Like that's the truth. Like I want to have
young fella. You shouldn't be thinking nothing about no motherfucking marriage, bro. You still in school. You got at least another 10 to 15 years.
Hold on. Why? Listen to me. Listen. I understand what you're saying, but why can't I? If I see other races, I've been to 3 weddings already in college. From 3 different on the football team. I'm not comparing. I'm understanding, like, why can't that happen for me? Because
in order for you to find that, it's the same thing with me. I prefer dark-skinned women. You have to find those particular type of women. Those particular type of women ain't everywhere just because they black. But my earlier point was, you'll hear Latin women who are cultured to say poppy. Cultured to say it. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. There's a difference between culture and uncultured.
Oh Lord, you triggering? You triggering?
No, she wants to control what I'm saying.
He's trying to convince this young man to not be with black women. That's what
I didn't say that because I said culture. I said culture.
Culture.
Okay, activists. Since you want to control the microphone, are black women taught to say poppy or vomit?
Why the hell would they say poppy?
Culturally, we are not taught to say poppy. I call my father dad.
Exactly.
I say dad.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
We're talking about father faith. We're talking about all men. They call all men poppy.
I call my dad.
Why would I call you poppy?
You see what you guys doing? You guys are proving the anti-black female crowd.
You're right. I love my dark-skinned dad and my light-skinned boyfriend, and I take good care of him, and I love him.
I'm not gonna call you poppy, and I'm not gonna teach my daughter to call you poppy.
You should. I'm saying.
I don't know what you think this is. Oh, no, hell no. What is he
And he's lying. He don't like dark skin women. He's lying. He doesn't like dark skin women. He's lying.
Why does he have to lie? Why does he have to lie?
You don't like dark skin women. You're lying.
Hey,
that's not my problem. Whatever issues she has, that's her. My last question is
and culture.
Research. Let him get his last question in, bro. I got people waiting. Go ahead.
My last question is why are Black or African American women so focused on like the wrong, like why are they so focused on materialism?
It's not just, again, you have been, I'm so sorry you've been conditioned by society to think that Black women are doing all the stereotypical things. It's not.
I mean, I kind of fell in love with a girl who was doing the stereotypical thing.
Wait, hold on, Rashida. Wait, Rashida. I got 2 words for him. Kim Kardashian.
Thank you. She's a low-life trick.
Lord, not a low-life trick.
A low-life trick, a prostitute. Nobody's ever watched me and my man have sex. I'm of a higher stature. I'm better than the bitch.
We're not talking about you. We're talking about people.
She's trash, but that's what y'all love. But you want to come for Black women. That's trash. Y'all crazy before.
So here's another example of how when it comes to the darker skinned black woman, it's always not all, but they can cherry pick an individual person they can cherry an individual Armenian. And she not only represents like all Armenian women, but she seems to represent the entirety of all the non-black women in the universe. I don't know if anybody else is noticing this, but yeah.
A lot of conversation. Wait. How old are you? How old are you?
Shy. Who you talking
You're older than me, right? I'm just asking, right? Yeah. You guys are older than me, obviously, right?
Yes.
Trying to be older than you. I don't know what's happening. Yeah. But so, what I'm saying is, right? If you have a problem, like from a situation from where I'm coming from, right? So say you're saying that maybe I'm listening. I'm listening to I like to learn. So if you're saying like, oh, you can't let that, pretty much, deteriorate you from, black woman or whatever. I never said that. I'm just saying from what I've seen. I'm not saying, listen, from what I'm seeing, like, it's not like someone's telling me this shit. I'm just going on campus. Hey, I got to go to class.
Have you been to other states? Have you been to other countries? Have you interacted with other dark-skinned women in France, in Romania, in England? Have you done that?
But boy, you in college. Get it straight.
I've been to Jamaica. I've been to Puerto Rico.
Do those dark-skinned women act that way?
In Jamaica, no. Well,
because they have a culture, sir.
Ding.
That's why Rashida didn't want me to tell you that. Because they have a culture. Every dark-skinned woman ain't yelling like me. I admit that. I admit I'm gonna be me. This is who I am. Like every dark-skinned woman, you're wrong. That talk softly, they don't act like me. That's my point. That is my point.
Okay, I'm gonna close up. So, because we could do this forever and it doesn't really seem like it seems like the same old shit that they always talking. So, any last words? Let's start with Black Uru, then we'll go to Kales and Zone.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on the panel. I'm starting to understand the frustration that Keith often exhibits in this manosphere. I love women. I have a wife and daughters, but and it's a dilemma. But I think we really have to either moderate the women's involvement in this space or allow the Keiths to be much more direct and much more deliberate, and even in some cases more belligerent towards them. See, we have to advance. One of the ways that Black men are going to raise their esteem is to make it particularly troublesome for women to behave a certain way in our presence. Mr. Research mentioned that in the, I guess, Hispanic or Latin culture, all men are referred to as papi or father. That's them giving regard to men simply because they are men, right? Regardless of their status, regardless of their rank, their wealth, or whatever, you're a man, and thus you are warranted this particular esteem. We have none of that amongst us as Black men, and it's exhibited from our women. We have none of that. We start out, we're born into a deficit, in terms of our esteem, particularly in regards to our women. And I think we're going to have to be a little more, make it more difficult for the women to engage with us, or there to be a sense of dread with respect to the obvious and very often disrespectful way in which they interact with the men in this area. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the point of calling this the manosphere if you can't be a damn man here?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I have to say right now. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, appreciate you. Ron, what's on your mind?
I just think that you guys should not bring black women onto the panel anymore, because all they do is just say tons of bullshit and just shame you guys, and which is pretty sad. So I think you guys shouldn't bring them on the panel anymore.
So you think the ones that I bring on the panel do that?
Well, I mean, unless they got something that's important to say, but I think that a lot of them that's going on Fantastic Panel or other people's channel and just talking about colorism and all that other BS is just causing problem into the manosphere. And it just brings drama, and there's no progress or anything like that. And just holding you guys back instead of progressing. You guys are just staying in a time machine that just goes in circles and circles.
Yeah, it's like a loop. I understand that. All right, so we only have time for thanks, Zone. We only have time for final thoughts, Iron. So what's your final thoughts?
Yeah, man. I mean, for these women being pro-black or whatever they are, just listening to this, I mean, it was weird for me because that kid is just out there trying to figure things out. And if he took anything out of these spiteful women, if I was on that panel, I would never want to date a dark-skinned black woman again, because if I was to take what they say and how they acted on that panel, I would take it to say that these women can't take any sort of responsibility for anything that happens to them. Like for as pro-black as these women are, they really make dark-skinned black women look really bad by their behavior.
Okay,
it's terrible. Okay. It's terrible.
Yeah. Well, they don't think that you should really judge them off of how they behave.
Right. But the thing is, in other cultures, in all other cultures, women are judged exactly by how they behave. So it makes no cognitive sense.
Well, everybody is judged by how they behave. That's why people behave a certain way to escape judgment. But they feel like you can just do anything and say, oh, not all, while they continue to do the thing and say not all. And then when somebody else does it, Kim Kardashian say, oh, it's that's them. It's kind of weird. It plays on the movements of the audience, and it's just fucked up. And then now you want to send people to France. It's like, oh, just ignore all the women who are decent to you in university now. Wait till you become wealthy at 34 and find a dark-skinned woman in France. That's the weirdest shit ever. All right.
Right. This rapid deflectionism is doing exactly what they don't want, because these types of guys, when they don't get play from the women that they like, they're going to run into the arms of women that give them play, which is completely normal. So that's all I had to say, man. It's just that's it.
Okay, I appreciate you. All right, I appreciate the panelists. I appreciate the guests. I appreciate the moderators, and I appreciate the people listening quietly. Make sure you hit that like button on the way out. And I appreciate the Cash App people most of all. Make sure you hit that like button on the way out. And yeah, this is GameChanger 00100, and I'm gone. Peace.